We are now on the record. Participants should be aware that this proceeding is being recorded, and as such, all conversations held will be recorded unless there is a request and agreement to go off the record. Private conversations and/or attorney-client interactions should be held outside the presence of the remote interface. For the purpose of creating a witness-only video recording, the witness is being spotlighted or locked on all video screens while in speaker view. We ask that the witness not remove the spotlight setting during the deposition, as it may cause other participants to appear on the final video rather than just the witness. For anyone who doesn't want the witness's video to take up a large part of your screen, you may click the gallery view button in the upper right corner of the remote depo interface. This is the remote video recorded deposition of Juanita Hanley being taken by counsel for the defendant. Today is Monday, August 9th, 2021, and the time is now 9:04 a.m. We are here in the matter of ADP LLC versus David Schwartz. My name is Adam Balenciaga, remote video technician on behalf of U.S. Legal Support, located at 1818 Market Street, Suite 1400, Philadelphia, PA 19103. I am not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. At this time, will the reporter, Lisa Cooper, on behalf of U.S. Legal Support, please enter the statement of remote proceedings into the record.
The attorneys participating in this deposition acknowledge that I am not physically present in the deposition room and that I will be reporting this deposition remotely. They further acknowledge that in lieu of an oath administered in person, the witness will verbally declare her testimony in this matter as under penalty of perjury. The parties and their counsel consent to this arrangement and waive any objections to this manner of reporting. Please indicate your agreement by stating your name and agreement on the record.
Mario Ruiz of the firm McDonald Hopkins, representing plaintiff ADP, and yes, we agree.
Robert Goodman on behalf of David Schwartz, and yes, we agree.
And raise your right hand, Ms. Hanley. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Goodman.
Morning.
I represent David Schwartz in this matter. And so I'm going to just ask you some questions and then go over some preliminary ground rules, and then we'll get into the deeper questioning. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Juanita Hanley,
And your date of birth
April 27th, 1975.
and your address?
Can you clarify what address?
I'm sorry, where do you reside?
Oh, okay. 559 Ridge Lane, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024.
Okay. And your phone number?
Uh,
Can you maybe
Okay,
yourself, if you have a mobile number that?
oh, mobile. Okay. Personal is 973-897-8781.
Okay. And have you ever been deposed before?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't recall the date.
Has it been more than once?
No.
Okay. Do you know what that case was about or why you were providing a deposition?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that was?
It was related to an SEC matter.
Okay. And you don't know when that was?
I don't recall the date.
Do you remember any other details about it? What the SEC matter was?
No.
Okay. Was it on while you were part of your employment with ADP?
No.
Okay. And have you ever been involved in litigation? Meaning, have you been a party to litigation? Have you sued or been sued?
Yes.
And can you tell me what instances prompted that litigation, or tell me what cases those were?
I had a roommate who I sued for failure to pay rent.
Okay. Anything else?
And no.
Okay. And are you married?
No.
Okay. So we're here today regarding a lawsuit that ADP filed against my client, David Schwartz, and then my client, David Schwartz, filed a counterclaim. And I want to make sure you understand that. Are you aware of that lawsuit, I guess is what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the complaint and the counterclaim?
Yes.
Okay. And but as I said, we're going to go through some ground rules before we get into the deep questioning. I'm going to ask you questions. You are required to respond verbally. The court reporter can't take down a nod of the head. And it's also hard to understand or so I would ask that your answers be clear and verbal and either yes or no as opposed to or okay. And then it's important that you wait till I finish asking my question before you begin your answer, because the court reporter can't she can't write both of our conversations down if we're having them at the same time.
Okay.
If for some reason I start asking you a question and you weren't done answering my prior question, let me know and I'll stop and let you finish your answer to the first question.
Okay.
Okay. If there's a question I asked you that you don't understand or it's confusing, let me know and I'll try to rephrase it so that you understand what I'm asking you. Okay.
Okay.
And then if you want to take a break at any time, just let me know. The only thing I ask is if there's a question that's pending, that you answer that question prior to us taking that break.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you do give your answer, your attorney may object to my question. And unless he tells you specifically not to answer, then after he makes his objection on the record, then you can answer the question.
Okay.
Okay. And are you doing this deposition from your home?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the room with you?
No.
Okay. Did you bring any notes or documents with you today?
No.
Okay. And do you have any electronic notes or documents you'll be referring to help you answer the questions today?
No.
Okay. And then as far, what did you do to prep for today's deposition?
I met
I'm
with
gonna-
the ADP attorneys.
Okay, and I don't want to know any conversation you had with your attorneys, but so I'm not going to ask you what you discussed. I just want to know if I understand you met with them. Did you review documents?
Yes.
Okay, and what documents did you review?
There were multiple documents. I don't recall all the documents.
Do you recall if they were email conversations involving Mr. Schwartz?
No, they were not.
Okay. Do you recall anything about any of the documents?
I recall some training documents.
Okay. And about how many documents would you say you reviewed?
I think there were 2.
Okay. Can you tell me about your work history with ADP? When you
Can you be
began,
more
what position?
specific?
Yeah, so like, give me this kind of, if you could do it in chronological order, that probably make it easier for everybody.
Chronological order of my employ. I guess I just don't understand the question.
So
Sorry.
let's, when you started there and what position you held, and then if you were promoted, from beginning to now.
Okay. So I started ADP approximately in 2016 as Chief Compliance Officer for ADP Broker Dealer.
Okay, and is that the only position you've held with ADP? I'm sorry.
Can you just clarify? I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Yeah, is that the only position you've held with ADP?
That I've held with ADP. Okay. No, I've also been Chief Compliance Officer for ADP Strategic Plan Services.
Okay, and were those simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay, any other positions you've held with them?
A position, no.
Or any other titles you've been given?
Title, I also have Senior Compliance Director for ADP.
Okay. And is that, when you say ADP, is that Automatic Data Processing Inc., or is it ADP Inc., or is it all of is it specific affiliates, or is it the whole parent company?
It's
Objector form.
You can answer.
okay. I don't know exactly the company. It's the company that produces my W-2.
Okay, but I guess when you're the compliance officer, what I'm asking, I believe you said you're a compliance officer for ADP in addition to being SPS and in addition to your position with broker dealer. So I was trying to understand what that encompasses, what entities.
That's not correct.
Okay, can you correct me, please?
The title with ADP is Senior Director Compliance. It's no job associated with that. It's a title. My
Okay.
role is Chief Compliance Officer, ADP Broker Dealer, and Chief Compliance Officer, ADP Strategic Plan Services.
Okay. And in your role, in those roles, what can you tell me what your job duties are? What are your job functions?
It's oversight of the compliance program.
For which?
ADP Broker Dealer
Okay.
and ADP Strategic Plan Services.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then what state are you registered to sell securities?
Yes.
What states?
New Jersey.
Only New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And why is there a reason why you're registered in New Jersey and not the other 50 states?
That's my home state. So that's why I'm in the state of New Jersey.
Okay. And, I looked up your broker record and I see that you're approved as an operations professional with ADP. Is that correct?
I don't know the title that's associated with that license. So you'll have to tell me the license.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you know what special licenses you need to be an operations professional?
Don't recall off the top of my head.
Are you familiar with the Series 99?
Yes, it is the 99.
Okay. And did you sit for this exam?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I was grandfathered.
Okay. And as an operating professional, do you know what that encompasses?
No, I don't
duties?
know details off the top of my head. No.
Okay. And then it also says, okay, so you said you were grandfathered in. Did you ever sit for the Finra General Securities exam?
Yes.
Okay, and would that be the Series 7?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see, and did you take the securities industry essential examination?
No.
Okay, and was there a reason you didn't take that?
I was grandfathered for that exam.
Okay. And how about a Series 63? Have you taken the Series 63?
No,
Okay. And is there a reason you didn't take that one?
it's not required in the state of New Jersey.
Okay. Any other professional licenses that you hold?
Yes.
Can you tell me what those are, please?
The Series 26.
Okay.
27. Sorry.
27.
No,
Okay.
it's the 24. I'm sorry. Series 24.
Okay. And then going to ADP Strategic Plan Services, I'm going to refer to that as SP as in Paul S throughout this deposition. So why was ADP SPS created?
It was created in response to the DOL fiduciary rule.
And is that also known as the BICE law or the BICE rule?
I'm not as familiar. That's really for an ERISA attorney. I don't know if it's called the BICE rule. I just know it's the DOL fiduciary rule.
Okay, and do you know if that went into effect?
Can you be more specific?
Well, you said the reason that, if I understood you correctly, that the SPS was created because of this fiduciary rule.
Yes.
And I'm asking you that. I know at one point that was proposed. Do you know if it ever went into effect?
It's difficult for me to answer the question the way you're phrasing it. I can't answer it that way.
Okay, so you said that SPS was created because of, was SPS created because of a regulatory rule or law?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know whether that law was actually in effect or proposed at the time?
yes,
And okay, which was it, proposed or in effect at the time?
it was in effect at that time.
Mr. Goodman's frozen.
Sorry, is there an issue?
Yeah, I think Mr. Goodman's frozen.
All right, do we want to go off the record real quick?
Guys, it sounds like I just got a text from his power just went out. So let's see.
Okay, well,
take a
let's
second.
go off. Time is 9:19 a.m. We were going off the video record. Time is 9:28 a.m. We are now back on the video record.
Okay, so I was starting to get into your job duties and what your role encompasses. So I know you've given me the job title. Can you tell me what you do in your job on a day-to-day basis as far as compliance and
As far as compliance, can you be more specific?
I mean, you said you're chief compliance officer, right?
No, that wasn't my response.
Okay, what tell me and you said you do compliance for ADP broker dealer and ADP SPS, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell me about what that entails.
It entails supervision of the compliance program, oversight of the compliance program.
And when you say compliance program, is that ADP's compliance program or Finra or SEC? Whose program is that?
It's not, I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it. Sorry.
Okay, so you said a compliance program. I'm asking whose compliance program that is.
The compliance program belongs to ADP Broker Dealer and ADP Strategic Plan Services.
Okay, and in your role in compliance, do you also ensure or do you have any responsibility to make sure that ADP Broker Dealer and ADP SPS are in compliance with FINRA and SEC rules or regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And what are there other compliance? Let me back that up. Do you make sure that those entities, ADP Broker Dealer and ADP SPS, also comply with state regulations?
Object to form.
You can answer if you can.
I can't answer it in the way that you're asking me that question.
Okay, are you aware of various states in the United States having their own rules relating to the sale of investments and securities?
No.
Okay. Have you ever, in your role as compliance director, have you ever come across violations of FINRA rules?
Object to form.
I can't answer that question in the way that you're phrasing that question. Can you be more specific?
Okay, when you're doing your job and you're making sure that ADP Broker Dealer and SPS are complying with FINRA and SEC rules, has it happened where you've discovered or it's been brought to your attention that there was a violation of those rules or that ADP Broker Dealer wasn't compliant?
Object to form.
You can answer.
No.
Okay. do you know if the FINRA rules require ADP broker dealer to report a violation if it discovers a violation within its operations? In other words,
Yes.
self-reporting. Okay, they do.
Yes.
And has there been anything you've ever self-reported as far as violation?
Object to form.
You can answer.
Okay. No.
Okay. In part of your job duties, well, let me ask you this, let me back up. Are you familiar with something known as the ADP Simple Calculator or the ADP Retirement Calculator?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role, do you, as a compliance, to make sure that ADP is complying with FINRA rules, do you look at that calculator and some of the responses? Do you do any type of audit?
I
Object to
can't
form.
answer the question in the way you're phrasing it.
Okay. Okay, so you're familiar with the calculator, and do you
Yes.
understand how it works?
Object to
So-
form.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Are you familiar with how data is entered into that calculator so that it can do its job?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, do you ever review or audit what has been input and the results that are generated?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody that does audit that or review those responses?
Object to form.
I can't answer it in the way that you're phrasing that question.
So maybe you don't know. Let me ask, do you know if anybody looks either, do you know what sampling means or audit means?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, you said you don't do that. Do you know of anybody within ADP looks at the ADP calculator, how it's functioning and what some of the results are based on the inputs?
Object to
Can
form.
you be more specific?
Okay, so let me ask you that. If we've acknowledged that people put information in,
Yes.
and do you know that the ADP calculator takes that input and then makes a recommendation? Are you familiar with that
Object to form.
as to a retirement plan?
No, I'm not familiar with the calculator making a recommendation.
So, all right, we're gonna pull up the, give me a second here. I'm gonna pull up an exhibit, so hold on one second. I'm just, it's gonna take me a minute because with the computer rebooting, all my exhibits went down, so bear with me.
Sure, no problem.
Just so I don't waste any time, we'll pull it up on our next break. So within ADP, who is your direct supervisor?
I can't answer that question the way you're phrasing it. Can you be more specific, please?
Who's your boss?
You have to be more specific. I can't answer the question that way.
Okay. If you need to ask for time off from work, who would you ask?
Jeff Hodges.
Okay. And if you had who has the authority to fire you?
Can you be more specific?
No, I'm asking you give me a list of who could fire you.
Object to form.
Can anybody fire you?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me a list of people off the top of your head that could fire you?
Jim
Object to
Blake.
form.
James Blake?
James Blake.
Okay,
Jim Buscella. Jeff Hodges. Kathy Charles.
okay. How about Carlos Rodriguez?
I don't know.
Do you know who Carlos Rodriguez is?
Yes.
Okay, do you have conversations with Carlos Rodriguez?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Carlos Rodriguez?
No.
Okay. And, but if somebody just asks you let me go back to my one question. Who's your direct reporter, your direct supervisor? You don't know the answer to that, or you can't answer that?
I can't answer it in the way that you're phrasing it.
What am I saying that's confusing? It seems pretty simple. Who do you report to directly? Who's the next person above you?
Object to form.
Or who are the next people above you?
Jim Blake, Jim Buscella, Jeff Hodges.
Okay, and those all those people have equal control and authority over you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you report to GSO?
No.
On your, can you explain, I don't need the dollars, but explain how your compensation is structured?
It's salary and bonus.
Okay, and is the bonus tied to the sale of securities?
No.
And so the number of simple IRAs that are sold if they sold 1 million of them or 500,000 of them, if ADP broker dealer sold 1 million or 500,000 simple IRAs, it doesn't affect your pay?
I can't answer the question the way you're phrasing it.
Okay, does the sale of simple IRAs affect your pay?
Object to form.
I can't answer the question the way that you're phrasing it. I can't.
Okay, what's making it confusing? I guess I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. If there's something that affects your pay, it either affects your pay or it doesn't. So I know you said you have a bonus structure, and I'm asking, I'm trying not to delve into it too much, but if we have to, we will. But it would be simpler for me to just say, is that bonus affected in any way by the sale of simple IRAs?
Object to form.
I appreciate you're trying to ask, but I can't answer it in the way that you're phrasing it.
Okay, so I'm asking you to tell me what's confusing about my question. So why is it that you can't answer that? I'm not trying to argue with you, but this is going to go a lot smoother if we can get past these hurdles we keep hitting. So
Sure.
I don't know how to simplify that question anymore than that. So tell me what would make it easier for you to understand.
You're asking her to tell you how to ask the question? I'm going
Mario,
to.
it's a simple question. I'm asking if something happens, does it affect your pay? It's a yes or no question, or she doesn't know. I'm not trying to tell her what the answer is.
Object to form.
So in the question, you can't answer it. Do you know if the sale of Simple IRAs affects your bonus?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you, other than conversations with your attorneys, have you discussed this case with anybody?
Yes,
Who would that be?
Jim Blake.
And what did those discussions entail?
Preparation for this deposition.
Prior to preparing for this deposition, did you have discussion with anybody at ADP about other than your attorneys, about Mr. Schwartz, about his concerns when he worked there, or about claims he's made in his lawsuit?
Yes.
Objective form.
Okay. And who were those discussions with?
Christiane Roman.
Anybody else?
I don't remember his last name. His first name is Greg. I don't remember his last name.
Would that be Gregory Coles?
Yes, thank you.
When did those discussions take place?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. Do you know if it was 2 years ago or recently?
I don't recall the date, the specific date.
Okay. And were these email or verbal or text?
Email and verbal.
Okay. And the emails, were they, do you know when those took place?
I don't recall the specific date.
Do you have an idea of what year maybe?
I don't want to give you the wrong year, so, and I'll have to say no, I don't recall the specific year.
Do you know if it was before did you have email communications with any individual regarding Mr. Schwartz prior to his termination?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell me about those, how many emails there were and what the substance of them was?
I don't remember the number of emails, and they were scheduling meetings.
Okay. When you say they were scheduling meetings, who is that?
Christiane Roman and Greg.
And do you know what the purpose of those meetings were?
Yes,
Can you tell me, please?
to interview Mr. Schwartz.
And what was the purpose of needing to interview Mr. Schwartz?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being on a telephone call with Mr. Schwartz and Associate Relations and Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Do you remember the contents of that telephone call?
No, I don't remember all the details of that call.
Do you know why you were brought in on that telephone call?
Yes,
Why?
to serve as a subject matter expert in regards to Finra regulations for securities and investments.
So on that phone call, did you discuss those Finra regulations?
No,
Okay. Did you hear anything from Mr. Schwartz that would indicate that maybe there was a violation of those regulations?
no,
Okay. But you don't remember the substance of the phone call?
no.
So is it possible that you talked to him about those potential violations since you don't remember the substance of the phone call?
Objective form.
No,
Okay, so you don't remember, but you remember that part didn't happen. Is that what you're saying?
can you
remember-
rephrase the question?
Yeah. So you don't remember anything about the phone call, but you do remember that there was no discussion of any FINRA violations.
Correct.
Objective form.
Okay. And then, other than this, we've talked about this phone call, we've talked about the emails prior to Mr. Schwartz's departure. When Mr. Schwartz filed, after the lawsuit was initiated, let me rephrase that. After Mr. Schwartz was no longer employed by ADP, did you have emails, text messages, or verbal conversations regarding Mr. Schwartz or any of his concerns?
Not that I recall.
So is it your testimony that once Mr. Schwartz was terminated, you didn't, until you prepped for this deposition the other day with Mr. Blake, you didn't have any communications about Mr. Schwartz?
I don't,
Objective form.
What's that?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
So you may have, you may not have, you just don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember your first conversation with Mr. Coles regarding Mr. Schwartz?
No,
Do you said you spoke to Mr. Coles, and do you remember if other people were present when you spoke to Mr. Coles?
yes,
And who was that?
Christiane Roman.
And was there anybody else?
No, not that I recall.
And was this in face-to-face discussion?
No,
Just emails?
yes,
Okay. Were there phone calls between the three of you?
not that I recall.
Okay. Do you know if Finra record retention requirements, well, let me back up. Are you familiar with the Finra record retention requirements?
Yes,
Okay. And do those retention requirements apply to affiliates of ADP broker-dealer?
can you be more specific?
Well, you said you're familiar with the Finra record retention requirements.
Yes,
Okay, so why don't you tell me about those, and then maybe that'll help me be more specific. What are the
Objective form.
What are the Finra retention requirements for documents and records?
okay. So for FINRA document records requirements, it's generally 6 years for communications by the broker dealer and registered representatives for the broker dealer.
Okay. And what about communications between broker-dealer and an affiliate of the broker-dealer? Does that record retention requirement apply as well, or is it only to RRs, so to speak, registered reps?
The FINRA record retention requirements are for communications of ADP broker dealer and registered representatives of ADP broker dealer.
How about are the record requirements if it's not a registered representative, but if it's a client of broker-dealer?
The FINRA record retention requirements are for ADP broker dealer and communications by ADP registered representatives.
Okay, and between them and anybody? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay, so,
Yes,
okay. And would those record retention requirements include anything about simple IRAs that were sold or offered through ADP broker dealer?
I can't answer the question in the way you're phrasing it.
Okay, if there's a let me give you an example. There's communications about, or marketing materials, or an email about a simple IRA that ADP broker dealer is involved in. Would the FINRA record retention requirements apply to that?
I can't answer the question in the way you're phrasing it.
Please note my objection. Juanita, would you give me a second before you answer the question in case I
Yes.
have an objection? I can
Yes.
preserve it. Thank you.
I will try to, on a break, kind of come up with a different way to make that question understandable to you. Do you, other than conversations with your attorney, do you know why you were called as a witness or listed as a witness in this case?
No, it makes no sense to me.
And why is that?
Objective form.
Because I'm Chief Compliance Officer of ADP Broker Dealer. I have compliance program responsibilities over the broker dealer and registered representatives of broker dealer. Mr. Schwartz was not a registered representative of broker dealer.
I understand that, and we did not put him on, or you, the reason I'm asking you, let me clarify it. ADP listed you on their witness list, and you don't have any idea why.
No,
Okay, and it doesn't make sense to you.
no.
Let's do a 5-minute break here, and then we'll pick up from there.
Okay. Do we have to sign off video and then sign back on, or we leave the video on?
No, you can just turn the video off. Time is 9:54 a.m. We are going off the video record.
You can mute your everybody can, there's a mute button.
Time is 10:11 a.m. We are now back on the video record.
Before we went on break, we were talking about a while back about the simple calculator, and you said you were familiar with that.
Yes.
And are you able to see this simple calculator I have on my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And so looking at this simple IRA cost, where it says your company's plan here, I don't know if you can see that, it's 480.
Mm-hmm.
Who enters that?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you know if this simple calculator is provided to ADP SB? Now, when I say SBS, I mean Small Business Services with a B, sales reps?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know if they show this calculator to prospective simple IRA purchasers?
I do not know if they show it to prospective clients.
Okay, and do you know who created, when I say who, was this created by ADP broker dealer?
No, this was not created by ADP broker dealer.
Who owns the rights to this calculator? In other words, who I don't really care who created it.
Yeah.
Whose is it?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay. So is it possible that these small business service sales reps show the calculator to their customers? I know you said you don't know, but is it possible?
Object to form.
Go ahead.
I don't know if it's possible. If they
Okay.
do.
So it may happen. You don't know whether it happens. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so where these numbers are entered and the tax bracket and all that, do you know who enters that information?
I
Object.
don't know. I'm sorry, Mario.
Object to form.
Okay. And then, do you know what happens? Let me ask you, let me rephrase it. You said you're familiar with this calculator. Do you know if there are questions that this calculator prompts the client or the salesperson to enter an answer for? In other words, let me rephrase it. Do you know if the simple calculator has prompts where somebody is supposed to enter how many employees the employer or the client has?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Tell me what's confusing about my question. So otherwise we're going to be here all day. I'm asking you I asked you a very simple question. Do you know if the calculator has questions that have to be answered? Let me ask you that.
Yes.
Object to the form.
Sorry, Mario.
Do you know if any of those questions include how many employees the prospective purchaser has?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Either you know or you don't know.
Object to form.
So tell me why that question's confusing. I'm asking you if you know, either you know or you don't know. If there's questions that this calculator has relating to the number of employees a prospective IRA purchaser has.
Object to form.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Tell me what's confusing about it.
Object to form.
What does it mean to you?
Object to form.
Are you refusing to answer right now?
No, I'm not refusing to
Okay.
answer.
So I'm trying to make we're playing a game here. I get this. So we can do this all day. We have another
I'm not
deposition.
playing a game. I need you to ask me the question the way,
I'm asking you to clarify what's confusing for you.
well,
which
you need to
won't
be
do.
clear.
I am being clear. I don't want to debate this with you. So is there that you're familiar with a simple calculator? Would you consider yourself to be very familiar with the IRAs, the simple calculator or the retirement calculator?
No,
Object to form.
You're
sorry.
not very familiar with it?
Object
that
to
what you-
form.
I'm asking her what she said. Are you very familiar? Would you consider yourself to be very familiar with the simple retirement calculator we're looking at now?
Object to form.
No, I would not consider myself to be very familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know if the simple calculator asks questions that have to be answered in order for the calculator to do its job?
Yes.
Okay. What questions are those that you're aware of that the calculator asks so that it can do its job?
As far as I know, the calculator is looking at what the client can afford to pay for a simple IRA.
Okay. Do you know if the calculator asks how many employees the plan might include?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if after the information that the simple calculator, let me rephrase that. Do you know if the simple calculator generates a recommendation as to the most suitable retirement plan based on the inputs on the questions being answered in the calculator? Let me just so you probably won't understand that. So let me make it a little simpler. When all the information is entered into the simple calculator, does it generate a recommendation as to a SEP or an IRA? Or a simple IRA, I should say.
I can't answer the question based on the screen you're showing me.
I'm not asking you about the screen. I'll take the screen down. I'm just asking you if you know whether or not this calculator will generate a recommendation for a simple or a SEP.
Okay, so you said this calculator, correct?
Let me,
Did I hear the question
okay,
correct?
let me clarify it so that's not. Does the ADP retirement calculator that we've been talking about, whether it's the one on the screen, which actually I'm just going to get rid of the screen because I don't want to confuse you. If that calculate, you said you're familiar with the ADP retirement calculator, and I'm asking you, and we've talked about there's inputs that go into the calculator.
Correct.
And my question is, when all the inputs are entered, does that calculator give you a recommendation as to whether or not a simple IRA or a SEP would be more suitable or affordable?
Object to form.
I unfortunately cannot answer the question in the way that you're asking me the question.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, while something's pulling up on the internet, which is the ADP retirement calculator, without having anything in front of you, my simple question is this. Does the ADP retirement calculator provide a recommendation as to whether or not a simple or a SEP is more suitable? Yes or no? If you don't know, then you don't know.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking.
How could that question be any more simpler? I mean, you're being combative, and here's what's going to happen.
I'm not being combative.
Listen,
You're not asking me.
Juanita, hold on. Bob?
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, Bob,
Go ahead, Mario.
you're badgering the witness.
I'm trying to get answers, Mario, and I'm not.
You need to ask better questions, Bob. You need to ask better questions.
Okay,
Your questions are unclear and they're confusing. So don't badger the witness, otherwise we terminate this deposition. Listen, if you badger the witness, we terminate this deposition and we go to the judge and we get a protective order.
Right, and if she can't answer my questions, I'm going to start certifying them, and then we'll do this again. So I'm trying to avoid having to do this a second time. So let me try to make this simpler. You know what we've established? You know what the ADP retirement calculator is, correct?
Objective form.
Now so now ma'am, court reporter, can you pull the question up where I asked if she's familiar with the ADP calculator, ADP retirement calculator, please, and her answer?
Remember how far back that was?
Okay. It was within the last probably 20 minutes, but if you can't find it, I'll just keep asking the question.
I mean,
So-
it may take me a while to find it, but if you want to.
All right, I'm going to give you a minute to do that. It's probably going to be easier than us doing this routine over and over. So I'll let me know when you're ready. I'll just mute myself.
Okay, would you consider yourself to be very familiar with this retirement calculator, looking at it now, and then there was an objection to the form? Is he still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and then the answer, there was an objection, then the answer was no, I would not consider myself to be very familiar with it.
Okay, all right, we'll pick it up from here. Are you familiar with the ADP retirement calculator?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it.
Have you heard of it?
I'm
Have you
sorry.
heard of the ADP retirement calculator?
Objective form.
All right, and so I'm going to ask this one more time because it's as simple as I can make it. If you don't want to answer it, then I'm going to ask the court reporter to certify it. And we'll ask the judge if he thinks it's asked in a way where we can get it answered. So have you heard of I'll make it even simpler. Have you heard of the ADP retirement calculator?
Objective form.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me. I'm sorry.
Okay, and did you ever see the ADP retirement calculator, like similar to the screenshot I shared, or the screen I shared with you a little bit ago?
Yes.
Okay, so then you are familiar with it to that standpoint, right? You recognized it, is that correct?
I recognized what you showed me on the screen.
Okay, And do you have further knowledge about that ADP retirement calculator?
Objective form.
Let me rephrase. Do you have, other than recognizing it, do you know anything about the ADP retirement calculator that I showed you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what your knowledge consists of, and that way it'll be simpler, I think.
My knowledge of the calculator you showed me on the screen is that it looks to see what costs are assessed to the retirement plan.
Okay, and do you know if, and if you don't know, that's okay. Do you know if it generates a recommendation as to a retirement product?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know who, when we, if you need me to pull it back up, I will, but there was a projected rate of return on there. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that it showed 6%?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that 6% is manually entered or if it's a default that pre-populates?
Yes, I know.
Okay, which is it?
It's default.
It defaults to 6%?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how that 6% is arrived at?
Yes.
Can you tell me?
It's hypothetical and it's disclosed in the calculator that it's a hypothetical assumption.
Okay, and where, do you know where it's disclosed?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And do you know if if SBS reps discuss that?
I
Rate of-
don't recall if they discussed the rate of return. No, I don't
Would
recall.
it, if they did, would it be a violation of FINRA or SEC if they weren't licensed or registered with FINRA?
No,
It wouldn't be?
sorry, Mario, I didn't.
Objective form.
You said
No.
it would not be?
No,
You don't know, or would not be? It would not be. Okay.
no, would not be.
All right, hold on one second. So, I want to make sure I understand you. An unregistered somebody who's not registered with FINRA can discuss that projected rate of return with a potential purchaser of that simple IRA?
I'm going to object, and it mischaracterizes the testimony. She never said it was projected rate of return.
Okay, the 6% return we talked about, you're saying it's okay for, are you saying it's okay for a non-registered, non-licensed rep? And when I say non-registered, non-licensed, I mean somebody who's not a registered with FINRA. You're saying it's okay for them to discuss that. Is it okay for them to discuss that with a potential IRA buyer?
Object to form.
You can answer.
Okay. The 6% is a hypothetical return. It is okay for someone to say this calculator has a hypothetical 6% rate of return.
Okay, and it's okay for basically anybody to say that?
Object to
Let
form.
me rephrase it. Is it okay for anybody to say that to someone who's considering purchasing a simple IRA?
Object to form.
You can answer.
Okay. Yes, I don't have a concern with someone stating the hypothetical assumption that's in the calculator.
Okay, I'm going to move to a different subject from it, but we're going to come back to that. We talked earlier about your communications regarding Mr. Schwartz and his concerns and so on and so forth. Did you ever have any conversations with FINRA or the SEC relating to Mr. Schwartz or any of his concerns?
No.
Okay. Who would you say at ADP is most knowledgeable about its policies, protocols, and procedures relating to the sale of simple IRAs?
Jim Blake.
Okay. And what about the overall, who would have the most knowledge about FINRA and SEC rules and regulations?
I can't answer the question the way you're phrasing it.
Okay, let me make it really simple. Who, in your mind, who at ADP would you consider to be the most knowledgeable about FINRA and SEC rules and regulations? It could be more than one person.
Objective form.
Okay. I would say Jeff Hodges, Michael Gordon, and myself.
How about Ted Huffman? Would he be knowledgeable about that? Well, let me ask, do you know who Ted Huffman is?
Yes.
Okay, would he be would you consider him, in your opinion, to be very knowledgeable about FINRA and SEC rules?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your position or somebody else that would be responsible for making sure that ADP LLC, which is also became ADP Inc. Let me back up. Are you familiar with ADP LLC or ADP Inc.?
Yes.
And are you familiar that ADP Inc. became ADP LLC became ADP Inc.?
Yes.
Okay, so who would be responsible for? And when I say ADP LLC, that can mean the corporation or the former entity, the LLC.
Okay.
Who would be responsible to make sure that ADP LLC's sales practices don't violate FINRA or SEC rules?
Can you just state the question one more time?
Yeah. Who, I don't care whether it's you, somebody in a different department, who would be responsible to make sure that ADP LLC, their business and sales practices don't violate FINRA or SEC rules?
Objective form.
I guess I would say global compliance.
Okay, and is global compliance, what are they under ADP broker dealer, or are they part of SPS, meaning SP as in Paul S, or just underneath the umbrella of Automatic Data Processing Inc., if you know?
I don't know, actually.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with training that ADP small business services employees, sales reps, for lack of a better term, receive at all? Are you familiar with any of the training they receive?
Can you just restate the question?
Yeah, so you're familiar with ADP SBS, small business services, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar that they have sales reps that go out and sign customers up for various ADP products and services, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with how those people are trained?
No, I'm not familiar with how SBS associates are trained.
And if they were trained on selling simple IRAs, would you have knowledge of that?
Objective form.
Can you be more specific, please?
If SBS sales reps were instructed, trained, or informed on simple IRAs that are sold by ADP, would you be familiar with that training?
Objective form.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Okay, so do you know if SBS employees are provided information about ADP simple IRAs or about simple IRAs sold by ADP?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and can you tell me what that is? What you know about that?
Okay, what I know about training that SBS associates are provided is in new hire training. They've received training on SEP and simple retirement plans. That training is reviewed by broker dealer before it is disseminated in new hire training.
Okay, and are you involved in that review?
Currently, no, I'm not involved in that review.
Have you been?
Yes,
Okay. And how about when, is this from a top down, or, or are you familiar with what each office does? When I say each office, you understand that ADP, do you know that ADP has regional offices and field offices in different cities throughout the United States?
Object to form.
no, I'm not aware that ADP has regional offices and offices in states. No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so you don't know if ADP Small Business Service sales reps have an office to go to in their state. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't know if SBS payroll associates have an office to go to.
Okay. And so would you know, for sake of argument, let's say that there are offices located, ADP offices located throughout the United States, which you're not sure of or you don't know exist. So
Correct.
if those offices did exist and there was training within those offices, is it fair to say that you wouldn't know about that training?
Object to form. Calls for hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question.
Hypothetically, so we're just imagining this. Let's assume there were, okay, you don't know if there's offices. I'm just asking you hypothetically if there were sales offices and they did training on, if they trained those payroll employees on Simple IRAs, you wouldn't know. If they if offices even exist, you wouldn't know anything about that, correct?
Object to form.
You can answer.
I don't know if SBS associates have an office. I don't know whether or not they have an office.
And you don't know if they get training. Do you know if they get training in the areas in which they live from time to time?
Object to form.
No, I don't know if they get training from time to time in an office where they live.
Okay. Do you know who Elena Osler is?
Yes.
Can you tell me who she is and what her position is?
Can you be more specific?
You know who she is, correct?
Correct.
What is her job title?
Can you be more specific?
No. Well, I'm asking you if you know her job title. If you don't know her job title, say I don't know. You know who she is. Either you know her title or you don't. I can't make that more specific. So let me try it again. Do you know what job title Elena Osler has within ADP?
Currently, Elena's job title is head of the PayK program.
Okay,
I'm sorry, head of the what, Juanita?
PayK.
okay. And do you know what other job titles she may have held or that she has held?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me those?
She previously was in charge of Simple Step training for SBS payroll associates.
Okay. And then would she be considered a corporate officer, executive, or management at ADP, if you know?
I don't
Object
know.
to form.
Do you know if she's registered with Finra?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if she's a broker or an advisor?
Can you be more specific?
Do you know what a broker is pursuant to Finra?
Yes.
Is she a broker? Do you know if she's a broker?
Can you restate the question, please?
Do you know if Elena Osler is a broker using the Finra definition of broker?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And she is?
Yes.
Okay. And then would she have knowledge of FINRA rules and regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with any video? I'm just gonna say any video that was produced or had been ordered to be produced by ADP with Elena Osler and SBS sales reps.
I'm not aware. I don't recall a video Elena did with SBS sales reps.
Okay, and you, so would you be surprised? Let me rephrase that. Hypothetically, if Elena Osler did a video at ADP's direction with an unlicensed, unregistered small business services payroll rep, where that rep described how to sell simple IRAs, would that be a problem from a Finra regulatory standpoint?
Object to the form of the question.
Could you be more specific, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Goodman?
Elena Osler and Mr. Schwartz, at the direction of ADP, this is hypothetical, produced a video where Mr. Schwartz explained how to sell a simple IRA. Would that give you concern that it was a FINRA violation or some violation of any FINRA rule?
Object to form.
Unfortunately, I don't know how to answer that question the way you're asking me.
Okay. If other than the training you mentioned for SBS reps as part of their initial training,
Mhm.
you know if they received additional training on simple IRAs?
No, I'm not aware if they received additional training outside of new hire training.
And if they did, should that be cleared through you?
Yes.
Okay. This is probably a good time for us to do about a 10-minute break. So if that's okay, we'll come back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Time is 10:43 a.m. We are going off the video record. Time is 10:57 a.m. We are now back on the video record.
Madam Court Reporter, I wanted to meant to mark the that exhibit I showed earlier, the simple calculator, is exhibit 1. So I'd like to ask that you do that.
Okay, and you'll email me the exhibit later?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
Bob, would you copy me also on that? Any exhibits that you want today?
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so I want to clarify something that something in my questions. When I say licensed, I mean licensed pursuant to FINRA. I just want to make sure you understood that and we going forward understand that.
Okay, sure.
Okay, unless I say something differently.
Okay.
So do ADP as small business service reps sell simple IRAs?
Can you be more specific, please?
I don't know. Do you know what the word sell means?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Object
so
to
on
form.
that, can you explain what sell means to you? That might help me rephrase the question.
Object to form.
So to facilitate the sale of a security, you need to be a licensed representative of ADP broker dealer. You need to be registered with FINRA to have the proper qualifications to implement and turn on a mutual fund.
Okay, and in the selling process, does that include discussing with the prospective purchase of an IRA? Let me rephrase that. When selling a simple IRA to a prospective purchaser, is part of the sales process talking about how much what tax bracket the person might be in, how much they can put away each pay period, or, well, let's stop there. Does that,
Objective form.
yeah, let me, you know what, let me do that question over.
Okay.
Is part of this selling, the word sell, does that include asking the customer what tax rate they're in? Tax bracket.
Objective form.
Can you be more specific in the question, please?
No, tell me what you, if you tell me what, do you understand what a tax bracket is?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm selling a simple IRA to somebody, as part of my, you understand the process in sell, let me lay the foundation. Do you understand the process, what people go through to sell a simple IRA?
Yes.
Okay. And can you, maybe it'll be easier for you to tell me what those steps are instead of me asking individual questions. What are those steps?
Can you specify the question? Who are you asking me about?
And just in general, how does someone go about selling a simple IRA?
Objective form.
Okay, so if you're asking me in general, which I stated my title was Chief Compliance Officer of ADP Broker Dealer. Okay, so in the capacity of a registered representative of ADP Broker Dealer, selling a simple IRA would look to see if a client is interested in that product. They would discuss the mutual funds that are available in the product. They would discuss any questions the client may have about those investments, the performance of the funds, what expense ratios may be associated with those funds. They would clarify to the client that the investment provider is American Century Investments, and they would issue the client a code in order to sign the paperwork, finalize the funds to turn on the program.
Okay, and would the process also include asking the client how much they might want to put away into a retirement account?
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah, if you say you understand the sales process, would a person selling a simple IRA ask the client how much they were comfortable in investing or putting away for retirement?
Okay, so in my response, I explained I understand how a registered representative of ADP Broker Dealer is selling the product and turning on the funds, right? So based on that response, can you state the question for me one more time, please?
Could part of the sale process that we're talking about here through a registered rep, could part of that include asking the client how much they're comfortable in setting aside for retirement from their pay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And would part of that registered representative's responsibilities or sales process include discussion about the price or the cost of the IRA?
Yes.
Okay. And would it include talking about what the future dollars that IRA will accumulate to?
Can you be more specific, please?
Yes, so would it include talking to a customer about a hypothetical, if you put this much into this simple IRA and you retire at a certain age, it may be worth this much?
Since you use the word hypothetical, then my answer is yes.
Okay, and so, and the project, is it also reasonable to, or would that process by a registered rep include discussing a projected rate of return?
No.
So are they prohibited from talking about a rate of return?
No.
So are you saying it's I guess I'm a little surprised here. So when somebody is being sold a retirement product, from your experience and knowledge, is a rate of return discussed?
Can you be more
Objective form.
specific?
Yeah, you understand how a simple IRA works. The client takes money out of their check, goes into this simple IRA, which is in this case tied to mutual funds from what you said. Is it common for somebody at ADP to discuss a rate of return with a client for a
Objective
simple
form.
IRA?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are SBS sales reps who are not licensed allowed to talk about the cost of an IRA?
Yes,
They are?
yes,
Okay, so in the example, David Schwartz, when he worked for ADP, if he calls on a restaurant to the owner and talks to him about a simple IRA, he can talk to them about the cost of that IRA?
yes,
And can he negotiate the price with them?
no,
Okay. And can he talk, and so if he gives them a price, is it non-negotiable?
no.
Objective form.
Okay, so how can it be negotiated?
He has to have that discussion with the desk, the simple.
Okay. So he can offer a simple IRA for $19 a month if that's what the going rate is, if that's ADP's promotion, the SBS rep.
Can you restate the question, please?
Yeah, can an SBS rep quote the price at, if it's 480, he can just quote that price, correct?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Okay,
Sorry.
you know what? I think we've got it. So can the SBS, unlicensed SBS rep discuss the plan design and features?
Yes,
Okay. And can they discuss tax savings or tax benefits?
yes,
Okay. And can they discuss the potential rate of return?
can you be more specific, please?
Can they discuss the rate of return, that 6% that was in the simple calculator exhibit?
Okay, so yes, and that 6% we said was a hypothetical percent.
I understand that. I'm asking if I'm
Well,
asking if-
projected and hypothetical isn't the same thing, so I just want to make sure my answer is clear for the record.
okay, so they can discuss that if it, hypothetically, if something hit 6%, this is what it would be.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and you don't know if they show that calculator, so you don't, and you're saying they can't discuss that. Are you saying they can't discuss that 6% that's in that calculator?
No, that wasn't what I said. That wasn't my answer.
Okay, can they discuss the 6% that's in the simple calculator with a potential client?
Could you be more specific, please?
No, I can't. Tell me what was confusing about that, and I'll try to clarify it.
Because you keep
confusing?
changing the question.
Okay, the question, let's start over. The question is this. The 6% that you indicated is defaulted in the simple IRA calculator. Can an SBS sales rep who is not licensed discuss that with a potential client?
Objective form.
That wasn't my statement.
I'm asking you a new question.
The new question was, did you say X, Y, and Z? That wasn't my
No,
statement.
let me listen to me. I'm going to say it one more time. So can an SBS rep discuss the 6% rate that is in the simple calculator with a potential client?
Objective form.
I can't answer the question, unfortunately, in the way you're phrasing
Okay,
it.
tell me is it confusing or ambiguous?
Objective form.
My question, tell me what, I see, I'm trying to help you and I'm
I
making
know.
it as simple as possible, but I need to understand if it's confusing or if it's ambiguous, and if you'll tell me.
I'm not confused.
Okay, so then what don't you understand about the question? I'm trying to do this so we won't be here all day, but apparently we will be. So
Objective form.
tell me what about the question you don't understand.
I
Objective
understand. Sorry, Mario. I understand the question.
You do understand it?
Yes,
Okay, please answer it then.
I can't answer it in the way that you're asking me.
And I mean, you understand the question, but you can't answer it. Because
I did-
it's, why can't you answer it if you understand it? I'm not trying to debate it with you. I'm trying to make it so we can get past this.
Object to form.
It's not the same question you asked me before.
I understand that. I'm asking you to answer the question. I can have the court reporter read it back to you if you'd like. You said you understood it. I'm going to have her ask you the new one again. Madam Court Reporter, can you read the last question back, please?
Can we go back to your original question? That's the
but-
question I answered.
Okay, I get to ask the questions and you have to answer them. And she will read you the last question, and that's the question I'm asking.
Okay.
1 second. I'm going to say one more time. Can an SBS representative discuss the 6% rate that's in the simple calculator with a potential client?
But my objection to form.
I don't know how to answer that question, unfortunately.
Okay, is the question confusing or ambiguous in your mind?
Ambiguous,
And how so?
because you first asked me, can they discuss the hypothetical 6% rate in the calculator? Then you asked me, well, can they discuss a potential 6% rate of return in the calculator? It's not the same thing.
I know it's not, and that's why I asked two different questions. So I'm asking you to answer the
Okay.
second question. So it's really a yes or no answer if the SBS sales rep can discuss the 6% rate that's in the calculator.
So then my answer is, I don't know.
You don't know, okay,
I don't recall.
okay. And then, do you know when an SBS sales rep talks about a projected rate of return if they use the term hypothetical?
I don't
Object
know.
to form.
You don't know?
No, I don't know if they use that.
Do you know they have to?
Yes,
Okay, and who says they have to?
in compliance, we tell them they're supposed to say it's hypothetical.
And we're talking about the SBS sales reps, correct? Who are not
Correct.
licensed. Okay,
That's
okay. All right, let me. Do you know roughly how many ADP SBS reps there are?
no, I don't know roughly.
Okay, and do you know what percentage or have an idea of what percentage of those of ADP's SBS reps are licensed by, again, licensed by Finra?
Yes, I do know.
Do you know what percentage is that?
0.
Okay. And I believe you indicated, but I'll make sure, do you need to be registered to sell them with Finra to sell a mutual fund?
Yes,
Okay. And all of ADP's simple IRAs tied to a mutual fund?
I can't answer the question in the way you're phrasing it.
When ADP sells a simple IRA, where do the funds go? Where are they invested?
With American Century Investments.
And what type of investment is it with American Century Investments?
Mutual funds.
Thank you.
Sure.
is it only mutual funds?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know of scripts or suggested word tracks that ADP SBS representatives are provided with or told to use when discussing a simple IRA with a prospective customer?
Yes.
Okay. And who's responsible for writing those scripts?
So it's, you said script or talk track, if I heard the
Either way,
question
yeah,
correctly.
yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the talk tracks are included in new hire training.
Okay, and who, I believe, but I don't want to assume anything. Do you look at those, or does somebody in your department look at those and approve them prior to
In
them?
my,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You or someone in your department approve those before they use them?
In my department, yes.
Okay, and who would that be in your department?
The compliance marketing manager,
Who is that?
Michelle Black.
Okay. And so you didn't review these yourself then, these word tracks?
Currently, I don't review talk tracks
Okay.
in training.
Okay. And then is there somebody else in charge of training the SBS sales reps relating to simple IRAs?
Yes.
Who would that be?
Currently, that's Ali, and I'm sorry, I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. It's Hatch Krimbet or something like that.
What was the first name again? I didn't catch it.
Ali, A-L-I.
Okay. And do you know who handled that before him?
Yes,
Who?
Elena Osler.
Okay. And when did she stop handling that, if you know?
I don't recall the specific date.
Do you have an approximate, can you guess at or do you know the year? Like, was it a year ago?
Unfortunately, I don't specifically remember the date.
Okay. Are you familiar with contests that ADP runs for the sale of simple IRAs or holds? I should say contest. Let me rephrase that. Are you aware of contests that ADP creates or promotes or holds that promotes the sale of simple IRAs?
I am not aware of contests that promote the sale of simple and SEP IRAs.
If there were contests that promoted the sale of simple IRAs where unlicensed SBS reps could earn a vacation or prizes or bonuses or days off, would that create an issue for you from a compliance?
Objective form.
Create an issue, you said?
Would it be troublesome to you?
Same
Troublesome?
objection.
Let me try it again.
Objective
Would it be
form.
okay? Would it be okay, in your opinion, based on your knowledge and your experience and your
Mhm.
understanding of Finra rules and everything you do, would it be acceptable for ADP to hold contests where unlicensed SBS sales reps receive prizes, trips, or bonuses based on the sale of simple IRAs, based on the number of simple IRAs sold?
So can I repeat the question back to you to make sure I heard that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, you're asking me, would I say it's okay for ADP to have a sales contest of simple and SEP IRAs without my involvement?
No, I'm asking, would it be okay for ADP to have a contest where unlicensed, unregistered SBS sales reps received a vacation or a trip or a prize or a bonus based on the sale of simple IRAs?
Object to
So-
form.
If that's the question, I can't answer it in the way you're asking me. I'm sorry.
Okay, again, is it ambiguous or is it confusing?
It's ambiguous.
Okay, and what about it that made it ambiguous?
You're not stating the review process, who's involved, what the requirements are to approve and disseminate that type of contest.
Okay, well, why don't you explain to me what it would take for that hypothetical contest that I just talked about? What review process, whatever, what you just said, what review process, all that.
Okay,
Object to form.
so just so I understand the question, right? You asked
Juanita.
me,
Juanita, well, if you want to understand the question, let's have the court
okay,
reporter read
can
it
you,
back to you.
yeah, can you read back the question, please?
Question, no, I'm asking, would it be okay for ADP to have a contest where unlicensed, unregistered SBS sales reps received a vacation or a trip or a price or a bonus based on the sales of simple IRA?
So I can't respond to the question that was read back to me in the manner the question was asked.
Let me try it a different way, and then we're gonna see if we can get to the ambiguity or whatever the issue is. If hypothetically, if ADP wanted to do a promotion where unlicensed, unregistered SBS sales reps were to receive either a trip and or a bonus and or prizes based on the sale of simple IRAs, what process would they have to go through?
They would have to submit the promotion to compliance and broker-dealer for review and approval. They also would have to get proper funding for the promotion from the RS channel leaders. So they would need to clear that funding as well as the actual promotion itself. And the promotion would include imagery, what's written, the content on the promotion.
Okay, and would it be you that reviews that?
Currently, I do not review sales promos for SBS associates.
And have you in the past? Have you reviewed
Yes,
them in the past? Okay.
yes,
And so you're familiar with, or you're aware that that ADP has done, or I'm going to rephrase it. Are you aware, or do you have knowledge that ADP has in the past done promotions where SBS representatives would receive something as part of a contest?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing that question.
We're gonna show you some exhibits here in a minute. While I'm pulling those up, why don't we take a real quick break? That way I'm not wasting anybody's time sitting at the computer, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Time is 11:23 a.m. We are going off the video record. Time is 11:32 a.m. We are now back on the video record.
Are you familiar with Instagram pages that various ADP regions post or host?
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah, do you know what Instagram is?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if ADP uses Instagram?
Yes.
Okay, and do they use Instagram? I know you said you're aware. I mean, just confirming that they do use Instagram.
I can't confirm they use Instagram.
Okay, and so do you know if regional offices, assuming they exist, because you said you didn't know if there's regional offices, but if there's a regional office, are you aware of any, let me rephrase that, are you aware of any Instagram pages that are specific to ADP regional offices?
No, I'm not aware of any ADP Instagram pages specific to a regional office.
Okay, so I will represent to you, I'm going to, well, I'm going to show you some videos that were captured from what appear to be ADP regional office Instagram posts. So I want you to, we're going to go through them. So the first one will be Exhibit 1, and it's very brief, and then we'll go to Exhibit 2 and so on and so forth. And then I'm going to ask you about them when we're done looking at the first set.
Okay.
Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this will be Exhibit 2.
What's your answer?
Let me start it over.
They have, what's your answer?
What type of funds do they have?
American Central.
Have you seen that video before?
No.
One minute. Yeah.
Pay that up front,
Mhm.
and then you'll be able to take full advantage of the Simple Ira throughout the year. And the IRS is also giving out tax credits just to incentivize business owners to put something into place. So you'll
So make that Exhibit 3. Next one will be 4.
Bob, are you showing the entire video?
I'm showing what was posted by ADP's regional office in its entirety.
I don't want inside sales. And I want you guys to write this next thing down. When you
Sorry, some of these are short, and that's just what was posted.
Okay.
I believe that was Exhibit 4.
number one.
And then we'll make this next one 5. Next one's not working.
Close the business, get it done. Let's go.
Next one. That may be it for that group. So just from your perception, that's all I'm asking you. What do those look to be?
I'm going to object to the form, lack of predicate, lack of foundation.
That's fine. You can answer.
I don't really know how to answer.
Okay. Hypothetically, if those were training sessions at a regional office, would your office, whether you or somebody that works with you in compliance, need to review those or approve those trainings if that's what they were?
Object to form, lack of predicate, lack of foundation.
Yeah, I saw a 5-second clip of something. I don't even know what it is.
Do you remember seeing the 17-second clip of the guy talking about the IRS tax credits?
Yes.
Okay. And if that was if that did take place in an ADP office, would you consider that to be training?
Object to form.
Could you restate the question, please?
Yes, that the one that was 17 seconds that where the gentleman talked about the IRS tax credit for a simple IRA.
Mhm.
Would you consider that, just in your own opinion, would that be training?
Object to form.
Yes,
Okay, and would that require, that training require, and I believe you used the word talk tracks or word tracks, would that require approval from your office?
Object to form.
yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second, pull something else up here. And Madam Reporter, do you know what exhibit we're on? I'm sorry.
The next one will be 6.
Okay.
Nah, I wasn't on a call. I was just messing with you. Hey, you want some earbuds? Sell Simple this week or next week, and you're in a raffle. We'll give them away at year-end roll call. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a dial in. Hello.
Was that supposed to be a video or what, Bob?
Yes. Did
I
I'll
didn't, I didn't see a video.
okay, let me try it again. Are you able to see a gentleman holding his hand to his ear?
No,
Okay, hold on a minute. How about now?
yes.
Nah, I wasn't on a call. I was just messing with you. Hey, you want some earbuds? Sell Simple this week or next week, and you're in a raffle. We'll give them away at year-end roll call. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a dial in. Hello.
Is that, well, let me ask you, have you ever seen that before?
No,
Okay. And it's hypothetically, if that was an ADP employee talking about getting earbuds, if you sell a Simple or enough Simples, would that be a contest that would need to be approved by your office?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. There's a lack of predicate, lack of foundation. Witness says she never saw this video before. I don't know who this person is. You haven't identified who the person is, the source of this video. I'm going to object to the question.
That's fine, objection noted. You can answer.
yeah, I don't know how to answer the question the way you phrased it. Can you restate the question, please?
Yep. Hypothetically, if this, let's just hypothetically, if this was going to take place, this offer to ADP SBS employees, again, this is hypothetical, would that require approval by your office?
Objection to form.
Unfortunately, I can't answer the question in the way that you're asking me. Sorry.
Let me try it again. Look differently.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if somebody at ADP put a video out to other ADP SBS employees and said, if you sell a Simple this week, you can win earbuds. Hypothetical, would that require approval through your office before they could do that?
Object to form.
I don't know how to answer. I apologize. I don't know how to answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it to me.
So is it ambiguous or confusing?
It's ambiguous, yeah.
And how so? What, I mean, how, that ambiguous would mean it can be interpreted different ways. So tell me how
Right.
you're interpreting it, and I'll tell you if that interpretation is correct.
Object the form.
So I don't know who was leading this contest, if that was a supervisory principal of broker dealer or not. I don't know who the audience is. I don't know what's involved in the promotion, what products are in the promotion. There's a lot of information missing, so I find it ambiguous. I can't answer the question.
Okay, he did say Simple Ira, so I'm going to try to put all those terms in, and then you can answer the question.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if a manager at ADP, let's call him a sales executive at ADP. You know what a sales executive, let's start there. Do you know what a sales executive or an SE is at ADP in the SBS division?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a district manager is in that division?
Yes, I've heard those titles.
And do you know if the sales executive oversees the district manager?
Yes.
Yes, they do?
Yes.
Okay. So if a sales executive puts out a video, hypothetically, puts out a video to the DMs that work for him that says, forget the video, just listen to my words, that says, this week, if you sell a simple, you can get you sell 2 simples, you qualify to win a set of earbuds. Do you understand that premise right now before I continue? Okay, so you understand that. My question is, with that scenario, would that have to be approved through your office?
Object the form.
Yes.
Okay. One second. All right, are you able to see this video that I'm about to play? Are you able to see the screen?
No.
Okay, hold on a minute. How about now?
Yes.
All right, guys, putting myself on the spot. I have an input here at 8:30. I already got him intrigued with the Simple IRA. Will I close it down? Will I sell a simple? Let's hear it.
So hypothetically, if that was an unlicensed, unregistered SBS rep who is claiming that they sold a simple or that they will sell a simple, would that be a violation or something that violates compliance, in your opinion?
Object the form.
I can't answer the question, unfortunately, in the way you're asking me.
Again, is it ambiguous or confusing?
Ambiguous.
And please tell me how it's ambiguous.
Object the form.
I don't know the audience. I don't know this video. I don't know how this was disseminated. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what took place before and after this video. Is it public? Is it private? Is it just internal use only? There's a lot of information I don't know about this video.
All right, let me make it really simple. Would it be, it's a hypothetical, would it be a compliance issue if an unlicensed ADP Small Business Services Representative sold a simple.
Object to form.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Let me change it. Can unlicensed SBS, can unlicensed ADP SBS sales reps sell simple IRAs?
No,
And if one claimed that they did, would that be a problem as
Object
far
to
as
form.
compliance goes?
can you repeat the question, please?
If an unlicensed, unregistered ADP SBS rep sold an IRA, a simple IRA tied to a mutual fund, would there be a compliance issue in your opinion?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Okay, so I'm making it very simple. Forget the video. Let's assume I'm a licensed rep or unlicensed rep. I'm a sales rep for ADP. This is hypothetical. I'm a unlicensed rep for ADP. I go on post on the internet, whether it be, I just posted on a social media that I sold a simple IRA. Would that raise a compliance issue for you?
Yes,
Okay. Let me do this.
I'm going to give me 1 minute. I can find the license.
Hold on, we're putting some together, try and make this a little quicker. I'm sorry, I had you, I was on mute. Well, that's uploading. I got a couple follow-up questions. When you talked about when you used to review contests and approve them, do you know when that was? What
that's
time
not
frame?
what I said. That wasn't my statement.
Did you ever okay, I thought you said you reviewed contests for approval.
That wasn't my answer.
Okay, what was your answer?
Object to form.
Can
Did you ever review
I
SLAB?
answer,
Go ahead.
can I answer the first question?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me, what did I say? And I said that I reviewed sales promotions. I never said that I reviewed sales contests.
Fair enough. And did those sales promotions include contests that related to the sale of simple IRAs? They
I
did
can't
not.
answer. I can't answer that question in the way you're asking me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so again, I want to have it on the record. Is my question confusing or ambiguous?
Ambiguous.
In what way?
My original response was I reviewed sales promotions and incentives. I never said that I reviewed sales contests. It's not the same thing.
Okay, did you ever review, and did any of the promotions you reviewed include or relate to the sale of simple IRAs?
Yes.
Okay, and what time frame was that?
I don't recall the time.
Can you tell me a year range? It was like from maybe 2014 to 2018 or something like that?
I don't specifically recall, unfortunately.
And do you know why you stopped reviewing those promotions?
Yes,
Why is that?
they were assigned to my compliance marketing manager,
And who is that?
Michelle Black.
Okay. And then we mentioned that you reviewed, I believe you said they were talk tracks. Is that correct?
That wasn't specifically my answer.
Okay, do you remember what your answer was?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what you said then?
We reviewed talk tracks with new hire training.
Okay, and so what time frame was it that you did that?
I don't specifically recall.
And again, do you know why you stopped doing those reviews?
Yes,
Why was that?
they were assigned to my compliance marketing manager.
Same person as Michelle Black, I
Yes.
believe? Okay. All right, hold on a minute. So I'm going to play the next video. Madam Court Reporter, can you tell me what exhibit we're on, please?
This will be 8.
8, okay.
I know you want to hear from somebody else cooler than me. So Matt, can we get a little like motivational like speech or some sass or some swag? Clearly we all need it. You can get $500 by getting a hot start or 2 either simples or 401ks or a combination. Like, hello, what are we waiting for? Let's make simples great again and let's get the hot starts going. Woo woo! Let's make simples great again. Woo! Morning, Princeton. Happy Winning Wednesday. Say hello, Philly. Cheers.
The super simple line is open.
Wow!
What's up, Princeton? It's your resident juice man. Expecting a ton of good news today. You have 3 days left to finish out the month and the quarter strong. Want to see a ton of simples, ton of hot start, workers' comp, especially health, and get that all in there. Can't wait to see it.
There is still time for simples, 401k, hot starts, health, and workers' comp.
Pretty mama to be. What are you gonna do today?
Simple on a unit.
Let's go, girl. You got this. Woo! Ron, what are you going to do today?
I'm gonna sell my first simple, Deanna.
Oh my God! Even though Julie beat you yesterday.
Oh my God, yeah.
Maria, what are you gonna do today?
I'm gonna sell simple.
Yes, you are. And Julie, who sold her first simple yesterday, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna sell 2 more simples today. Woo! Ooh, that's 2.4. Let's go.
You can get $500 by getting a hot start or 2 either simples or 401ks or a combination. Like, hello, what are we waiting for? Let's make simples great again, and let's get the hot starts going. Whoop whoop! Let's make simples great again. Woo!
Hey, Ray, this is Andy Page with ADP. How are you this morning? Perfect. Yeah, I was wondering if we could meet today at 11 o'clock. It's 8th day here at ADP. So just wanted to swing by and get you signed up for the payroll and a simple. Perfect. See you at 11 o'clock, Ray. Goodbye. Have a great day.
Are you familiar with the term at ADP bundling?
Say that again?
Have you heard the term bundling?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but I've heard the term.
Okay. Would it be, hypothetically, would it be permissible to bundle the sale of a simple IRA with the sale of payroll?
Currently, we do not bundle the sale of simple IRA and payroll, so.
And do you know why that is? Why you don't allow that, or why they don't do that?
Yes.
And what is that reason?
We are not permitted to offer employers an incentive in order to purchase a simple. It has to be an independent purchase.
And if an ADP SBS rep did bundle a simple along with payroll services, would that be a violation of ADP policy?
Object to form.
Yeah, I can't answer the question in the way that you're asking me.
Okay, let me, if somebody, the procedure you just explained that is prohibited, if an ADP SBS payroll rep did that, even though it was prohibited, would that be a violation of ADP policy?
Object to form.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me. I'm sorry.
If he did what you said he's prohibited to do, would it be wrong?
Object to form.
I can't answer.
What's hard to understand? Does the word wrong confuse you?
It's ambiguous and it's not restating my answer.
Okay, using your answer, if somebody did what you said was not allowed to be done, would that be acceptable?
Object to form.
Am I able to request to read back my answer or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
let's read back my answer.
We are not permitted to offer employees an incentive in order to purchase a simple. It has to be an independent purchase. Is that the answer?
Did you say employees, Juanita?
I didn't say employees. No, I said they're not permitted to offer incentives for the simple. That's to the person they're selling to. So I
I think you said
can't,
employers.
yeah, I can't say to the employer that I will discount the simple for you if you buy payroll and simple at the same time.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to read the verbiage here?
Yes.
Can you read that
Yes.
out loud, please?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
ADP _ Detroit _ SBS. ADP _ Detroit _ SBS. Will she break the record ? And then there's an emoji there that looks like a trophy. Jenna Ludwig with 2 hot starts and a simple bundled for 8.2K ! Hashtag 7 down, 1 to go. Hashtag fastest to 8. Hashtag mid am.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Sorry.
So do you know what, again, I'm representing to you that this was pulled from an ADP SBS in Detroit Instagram or social media site. Do you know what bundling means?
No, I don't know what it means for this Instagram.
Object to form.
How about structuring? Have you heard that term as it relates to ADP SBS sales reps selling simple IRAs?
I'm sorry, Bob, can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm asking if, are you familiar with the term structuring in, as it relates to ADP Small Business Services Division sales?
No.
Okay. Have you heard the term simple blitz?
No.
Have you heard the term blitz used within ADP?
No, I don't recall hearing that term.
Would it be, would you, in your opinion, would there be a compliance issue if ADP SBS sales executives paid district managers under the table, meaning cash, without reporting it through ADP?
Object to form.
Let me rephrase it. Would
Yeah.
I'll give you a hypothetical.
Okay.
Sales executive decides on his own to do a simple contest. And then the winner of that is a district manager under him gets a payment with Venmo.
Is there a
Let me
question?
back up. Do you understand what Venmo is?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand people can pay each other or send money to each other electronically?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Are you aware of managers at ADP paying bonuses to district managers using Venmo?
Object to form.
No, I'm not aware of payroll managers paying that to district managers. No.
And would that, if that happened, would that be a compliance issue in your opinion?
Any payment of Venmo, Bob, for whatever reason?
Let me rephrase. Relating to it, let me say it again. Would it be a problem if a sales executive paid a district manager money using Venmo that was related to the sale of a simple IRA?
Object to form.
Can you be more specific, please?
It's a hypothetical. So sales executive says to 8 district managers, whoever sells the most simples this week gets $250. And then that sales executive subsequently pays $250 to the one who sold the most simples, to the district manager who sold the most simples. Would that be a compliance issue?
Objective form.
So I can't answer the question the way you're asking me. It's ambiguous for me.
And what's ambiguous about it?
It's missing the facts surrounding the promotion.
It's a hypothetical, so those are the facts. A sales executive on his own sponsors a promotion where he will pay whichever district manager sells the most simples that week a $250 bonus using Venmo.
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I'm also going to object as it being an incomplete hypothetical.
Yes, it is the incomplete.
Okay, it sounds, Mario, that sounds like a speaking objection. I don't have a problem with you objecting to the form, but if you're saying what you just said and then she repeats it, it appears to me to be a speaking objection. I'll leave it at that, but let me try to clean it up.
Bob, she said that well before I objected.
Yes.
She told you before I objected that
And then
your
I made it a new
excuse me, that your hypothetical is missing a lot of facts, and your response is, oh no, those are all the facts. So I'm going to renew my objection. And we've been at this for more than 3 hours going in circles because the questions are problematic. That's why we've had this issue and continue to have this issue.
Okay, I don't think my questions are difficult to
I
understand.
know you don't think they are, but they are.
Let me finish. I let you finish. And she generally says they're lacking facts, but can't tell me what she would need or how they're ambiguous. But I'm going to try it again.
It's not her role to tell you how
I
your
understand.
questions are wrong.
I'm gonna try it
It's your
again.
role to ask better questions, Bob.
All right, I'm going to try it again, then we'll certify it. Hypothetically, a district manager creates an ADP, a sales executive, I'm sorry, and let me start over. Hypothetically, an ADP sales executive on his own comes up with a contest where the district managers that work for him can get a $250 bonus. And the person that gets that bonus is the one who sold the most simples in a week. Do you understand the facts so far? I'm trying to lay the facts out so we can make sure you understand the facts one by one.
I understand what you just said.
Okay. And then the week is over and the sales executive pays one of the district managers $250 as promised. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. With those, does that create, just based on that alone, would that raise a red flag or cause you to ask more questions or be a concern for compliance?
Objective form.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman, but I can't answer the question. It's missing facts. I can't answer in the way you're asking me.
All right, we'll come back to that. Are you familiar with what a hot start is?
No,
Have you heard the term before?
I don't recall hearing that term.
Have you heard of face in the hole?
I'm sorry, say that again, Bob?
What?
Face in the hole.
Face in the hole?
Yes.
Objective form.
Sometime. Go ahead. Have you heard of face in the hole?
No, I don't recall hearing
you
face,
heard-
not space, but face in the hole.
Face. Face in the
Okay.
hole.
No, I don't recall hearing that.
Have you ever seen posts on ADP social media sites where an ADP employee's face is superimposed onto another photograph?
No, I don't recall seeing someone's face superimposed onto a photograph.
Okay, and do you know, have you heard of anything called pie in the hole?
No, I don't recall hearing anything called pie in the hole.
Okay. And can you tell me the relationship between ADP LLC and ADP Strategic Plan Services?
They have common ownership by ADP Atlantic.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, and same with broker dealer?
Broker
ADP
dealer has common ownership. And I would also say that the associates who are employed by ADP LLC, because you asked me, is there anything else? The associates who are employed by ADP LLC are registered with ADP broker dealer and they're associated with ADP strategic plan services, but that's only the individuals who are registered with broker dealer and only the individuals associated with SPS. Everyone who's an associate of LLC is not registered with broker dealer or associated with SPS.
Okay, so what makes it so that an ADP LLC employee is associated with ADP broker dealer?
They are how would I say, an associate of ADP Retirement Services, where they are involved in the solicitation and marketing of the investment guidelines for SPS.
Okay, so which employees are those, or who would that be? I mean, because it's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I want to say there's approximately 300 persons associated with ADP Strategic Plan Services to market and promote the investment guidelines of SPS.
Okay. So are ADP LLC sales associates considered associated persons, representatives, binders, or marketers for ADP broker dealer?
Objective form.
Yeah, I can't answer that question in the way you're asking me.
Okay. Are 80 in general, let me rephrase it. Are ADP LLC sales reps considered associated persons of ADP broker dealer?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me. It doesn't reflect my previous answer.
Okay, so it's just a simple, so is it, can some ADP LLC representatives be considered associated persons with ADP broker dealer?
I can't answer the question the way you're asking me, Mr. Goodman. It doesn't reflect my previous answer.
Ma'am, court reporter, can you read back the last complete question and answer regarding ADP broker dealer?
I don't know where, would have been the last question or questions before that? Do you know how many questions back we're talking?
It was probably back to, it was a question where the answer was fairly long about ADP broker dealer, and it was basically the last question she was able to answer.
Would her answer have been, I want to say that it's approximately 300% associated with ADP?
I never said 300%. I said 300 persons, associated persons. I never said 300% of ADP associates are associated with SPS.
I'm sorry, 300 persons associated with the with ADP. I'm sorry. But was that the answer, or are we before that?
It was also before that.
Go ahead. You can do the one before.
Okay. Maybe this one. How would I say it? An associate of ADP Retirement Services, but they are involved in the solicitations and marketing of the investment guidelines for SBS.
SPS,
Yes,
not SBS.
SPS.
Mhm.
And then the question was, which employees are those, who are they, would be, and then you said that's okay. I want to say that's approximately 300 persons. Is that where you wanted?
I also said more than that.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
wasn't sure if that's where you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, let me,
But that also included the rest of my answer that's related to
Finish.
Mr. Goodman's question.
Did you want me to finish that answer?
yes,
Yes.
please.
I want to say it's approximately 300 persons associated with ADP Strategic Plan Services to market and promote the investment guidelines of SPS.
Okay. Are ADP LLC sales reps considered to be finders?
Is she done reading my answer? Because I said more than that.
Did you say finders?
I never said finders, but I asked the question, can my answer be reread? And I was told yes.
Yeah,
So I'm
what?
asking to have my answer reread before we move on to the next question. And it was an incomplete reading of my answer.
All right, I have to go back. Hold on. That was the end of that. Then the next question was, are sales associates considered associated persons, representatives, binders, or marketers for ADP broker dealers? And then there was an objection.
So should I restate my answer, Mario? I don't know what to do.
No, Juanita, let's just listen to Mr. Goodman's current question and do your best to answer it.
Okay.
And it's pretty much.
I want to state for the record, though, that I'm uncomfortable that I gave a comprehensive answer and it wasn't recorded.
Juanita, don't worry about that now. The depo is being recorded by video. And also, if the deposition is ordered, we will have a chance to order the transcript.
Oh,
And we'll preserve the right to review the transcript for accuracy. So don't concern yourself with that now. Just concern yourself with Bob's question, Mr. Goodman's questions, and answering to the best of your ability now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my current question is, are ADP LLC sales associates considered to be finders?
I can't answer that question in the way that you're phrasing it.
Tell me why. Ambiguous or confusing?
It's ambiguous,
In
and it doesn't include my previous answer.
It doesn't matter if it includes your previous answer. It's a new question, and the word finders was not in my prior question, nor was it in your answer. So I'm asking you, if you're not going to answer the question, I'll certify it. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you know what finders is according and pursuant to Finra? You know
Yes.
that? Okay. My question is very simple. Are ADP SBS sales reps considered to be finders?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing the question.
Okay, tell me why you can't answer, what's ambiguous about it. You said it's ambiguous. We'll just do this all day and we'll move the other depo back, I guess. So go ahead.
Bob, don't need to argue with the witness. Just try
I'm
to
trying
answer.
to get through this, Mario.
Try to ask the question the best you can, but don't argue with it. That's not productive.
Tell me what's ambiguous about it.
It doesn't correctly define finders for FINRA purposes and puts ADP associates in a bucket that doesn't apply to them. Finders is a securities investment term. It's not a term used in payroll marketing. I don't know how to answer that question. It's ambiguous to me.
Actually, I think you just did, so I appreciate that. And do you know what a marketer is according to FINRA?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, in your opinion, would an ADP SBS payroll sales rep who is unlicensed be considered a marketer according to Finra?
No,
Okay. Has there ever been an instance where, that you know of, where an SBS sales rep or district manager was terminated after somebody reviewed a call from the Simple desk?
not that I can recall.
Okay. All right, we'll take about a 5-minute break here. Maybe 10. Yeah, let's make it 10. We'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Time is
Oh.
12:24 PM. We're going off the video record.
Bob, just wanting to get a sense of how,
Time is 1:10 PM. We are now back on the video record.
I'm going to bring up another exhibit. Madam Court Reporter, what exhibit number are we on now?
This one will be 10.
Thank you. Can you see this document I put up here?
Yes,
Okay. Have you seen this document before? And we'll scroll through it, but does it look familiar to you from the first page?
it looks familiar.
Okay. This was provided to us yesterday by ADP's attorneys. And on the side here, are you able to see the side where it has Hanley J and then marketing go through marketing team, Shannon, Kinsella, and sales?
No,
rep?
I
Can you
don't
that or
see
not?
that.
You
I
do
can
not?
see, no, I can see like the content with the blue bubble and ADP and confidential, but I don't see anything else.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can condense this a little bit.
Okay. Oh, I can see now. Thank you.
Okay. Do you know what that note is or how it got there?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell me?
I put that note there.
And what was that referencing, or what was the purpose of that note being there?
That any marketing should go to the marketing team and retirement services. That's Shannon Kinsella. She's the contact. And anyone in sales would go to Kelly Hawk. Those are individuals outside of RS. Those are their contacts in order to interface with compliance.
Okay, so now knowing that you put that note there, did that help you recall this document any further?
Yeah, I recognize it. It's been a while, but I recognize it.
Okay, so on the first page there, in the middle, it says improved SBS sales and client experience. You see that?
Streamline process, reduce call times, easy to understand. No, where is it improved?
It's in
Oh,
the
I'm
middle.
sorry. The second bullet. Yes, I'm with you. Sorry.
And it says streamlined process, a streamlined sales process completely on iPad. Do you see that?
Yes.
So can you tell me what that sales process that is now on the iPad, and if it, well, let me back up. When it says iPad, is it referring to iPads that the SBS sales reps use?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you tell me about what's on that iPad that's in that streamlined sales process?
I can't answer the question the way that you're phrasing it.
Do you know what this document, or where this document says streamlined sales process completely on the iPad?
Correct.
Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means that they previously used their desktops. So the program was reformatted so it could fit on the iPad.
Okay, and are you familiar with the program that it was put on the iPad?
Not 100% familiar, but a little familiar. Yeah.
Do you know if it includes the simple calculator?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see the next bullet point that says reduce call times with internal desk can be as short as a 5-minute activation call?
Yes.
Okay, and so when it says the internal desk, would that be what's known sometimes as the simple desk?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it, when with the streamlined process, do you know if, okay, so let me start over. So it says it can be as short as a 5-minute activation call.
Mhm.
So what does activation mean?
Meaning reviewing the funds that are in the plan, confirming with the client the product that they want to select, letting them know that the investment provider is American Century. And if they want to do a detailed selection of their funds during that call, they could do that, or they could do that with American Century.
Okay. And so in this process, would it be fair to say that the information that's input into the program or the Simple calculator is uploaded to the Simple desk?
I don't know if it's uploaded to the Simple desk.
Is it made available for somebody on the Simple desk to review?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what's included in the information that's provided to the Simple desk to review?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Could it include the amount that the person wants to save or put away for retirement?
I don't
Check the
recall.
form.
You don't know?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any details about what would be included in what the Simple desk receives?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And then do you see this page? It's page 4 of the PDF, but it's marked at the bottom, page 20.
Yes.
And do you see the do nots?
Are you able to make it just a little bit
Sure.
bigger because the font is small?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Limit. Is that big enough or you need it bigger?
A little bit bigger would be helpful. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. So have you seen this page before?
Yes.
And you see the do nots?
Yes.
And then have you reviewed these?
Yes.
Okay. All right, hang on one second. Okay, on the first one, can you read that? The first do not.
Just across, or the which side?
Just what it says. So all these, read what you're not supposed to do onto the record, please.
Speak about investment specifics, have investment conversations, or give investment advice. Send emails that include any of the above. Draft your own content or use any unapproved sales content, or represent yourself in a way as a licensed associate. Provide misleading representations about Iras products and services.
Okay, and I think you misspoke on the first one, but I thought you said a different word than investment here, but if you read that part one more time, maybe I misunderstood it.
Speak about product specifics, have investment conversations, or give investment advice.
Okay, and what would you consider to be speaking about or having investment conversations or giving investment advice?
Check the form.
Discussions about the performance of the funds, discussions about the money managers of those funds, the asset class of the funds, any particular specifics about the mutual funds. You have to be registered in order to have those conversations.
Would it be inappropriate for an unregistered, unlicensed person to mention that American Century is where the funds are invested?
No, that's not inappropriate.
And then, are you able to read this?
Yes.
And can you read the first question and then the answer?
Can I post about RS products on social media, comma, right, question mark? No. Social media and emails are defined as electronic communication. Any social media post or email of any kind that mentions or discusses RS products and services such as Simple IRA and 401ks must be pre-approved for use by ADP RS Legal and Compliance. SBS Legal will forward any materials for RS Legal and Compliance for review.
Okay, and then the next one.
Sure. I found great ways to generate content on a retirement plan, comma, can I use it? Question mark, no. In addition to social media and email, any material that discusses RS products is also subject to pre-approval by RS Legal and Compliance. Associates are not permitted to generate individual content.
Hold a minute. Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
And then do the next one.
But these are really great ideas, comma. Is there someone I can contact to ask question mark? Yes. If a piece is not going through SBS legal review, then the person creating the piece should send it to Michael Gordon with, I don't know if there's another letter under the word with, but cover email explaining the purpose and the audience, parentheses, prospects, CPAs, financial professionals, etc. in paren. The intended medium, paren, email on demand, brochure, etc. in paren. The intended publication date, paren, comments may be provided within 5 business days. So plan ahead, exclamation mark. Include any other facts that may be relevant to the review. Any linked pieces would also need review and approval.
Okay, and so if it had been brought to your attention that ADP, SBS, Small Business Service sales reps were posting things about simple IRAs without having gone through this process, would that be a concern in your mind?
Objective form.
Yes.
Okay. I think this is a repeat of the, yeah, I believe that's a repeat. All right, hold on a second. Give me 1 second, pull something else up here.
Sure.
Are you able to see this?
Yes.
So I believe this is Exhibit 11.
Yes.
And this was on a Facebook. This is a Facebook post. I'm going to move this so we can see who did it. Christopher, hang on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Do you know who Christopher Boggs is?
No, I don't recall who that is.
Okay. Can you read this, what he wrote here, please? Out loud.
If you're a 1099 employee and don't have an IRA for yourself, you're just handing your hard-earned cash to the government for no reason. The advantages of a simple IRA are as follows, Number 1, saving for retirement in a pre-tax account. 2, lowering your taxable income by as much as 6%. 3, tax write-off at the end of the year. Realtors, especially, do really well with simple IRAs. Inbox me for details on how to get started with an American Century Simple IRA through ADP Retirement Services. You do not, capital letters, have to use ADP's payroll services to qualify.
Okay. So if this was an ADP SBS sales rep who posted this on Facebook, would that violate the do nots that you just read in the prior document, Exhibit 10?
Object to form.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay, this will be Exhibit 12. Are you able to see it?
The part of it, I think the bottom image is cut off at the bottom.
Yeah, I'll scroll.
Okay.
So I'm kind of the same question. If you look at these, if these were posted on social media by ADP, SBS sales reps or sales executives, would that violate the policy we just went over in Exhibit 10? I'll stop scrolling so you can take a look.
Yes.
Okay, and let me ask you about this one. Would that also violate that policy?
Is the bottom of the screen you're showing me with the flag part of the top one or the bottom one, or it's all one?
I'm sorry, it's just this. It stops there.
Okay. So this bottom part is part of the first one.
This is its own. This 1201 goes, 1210 goes to this one, which we'll go to next. This is its own. It starts.
Okay.
It's white line and ends where at the black bar.
Okay, thank you. I'll read it.
Object to form.
Actually, can you read that out loud? So it's on the record, please.
Double down with a 4-day weekend package, 4-day Memorial Day Friday, May 28th off, 4-day 4th of July Friday, July 2nd off. Must be 125% started for May with one simple IRA sold to qualify. Asterisk ADMS, not on quota, must start a minimum of 6K with one simple sold. Hashtag 5-week month, hashtag May it a fast start, hashtag 4-day weekends, and hashtag everyone can win.
Okay, so first of all, would this violate the policy we discussed in Exhibit 10?
Objective form.
Can you repeat the question, the original question?
I'm asking if, okay, let me try to rephrase it. Would this, if this was posted on social media
Mhm.
by an ADP district manager or sales executive, would it violate the policy, the do not do these things policy that we went over in Exhibit 10?
Objective form.
Yes.
Okay. And then, well, before we go down there, what, do you know where it says what they mean when, or what quota means generally in the realm of SBS and simple IRAs?
I don't know what that means for SBS associates.
Okay, do you know if SBS associates were ever provided with quotas or targets related to how many simple IRAs they were responsible to
No,
sell or generate the sale for?
I don't recall a quota being assigned to an SBS associate for the sale of a simple.
Okay. And did you ever, did anybody ever, do you remember anybody ever presenting to you anything about a quota for your approval?
I don't recall anything about a quota for my approval.
Okay. And then if this, let me go back to the slide we just went through. If this were a promotion, I believe from what you said, it would need to be cleared through your office or somebody in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, can you see this one?
Yes.
Can you read what's in yellow there?
Second chance to earn a 4-day week, submit one hot start and sell a simple or 401k and earn a full day Friday off on 09/04 exclamation mark, hashtag hot start, hashtag retirement.
If that, again, if this was posted on a social media by an ADP sales executive or manager, would that violate the policy regarding social media posts that we discussed in Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay, you see this next one where it says earn day off Friday after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And do you see where it says adp.sbs.philly.east?
Yes.
Does ADP SBS Philly East, does any of that ring a bell with you or mean anything to you?
I don't recall that specific group, no.
Is there a Philly region or a Philly ADP office?
I'm not aware of a specific Philadelphia region or office of ADP.
Is there a district that would include the word Philly, district name?
I'm not aware of a specific district with Philly in the name.
Have you heard the term divisional vice president within ADP SBS?
Yes.
Okay, and those divisional vice presidents, do you know when it says divisional in their title, what that word means?
Not all the time, no.
Do you know if it means a geographical area that they cover?
No, I'm not aware that it's tied to a geographical area.
So there could be, you know, if there's, let me scratch that. Have you heard of a title of District Vice President, Florida?
No, I have not heard that title.
Have you ever heard a city or geographic location included with a DVP or District Vice President title?
No, I don't recall seeing a city with a district vice president title.
Okay. If I believe I used the word divisional vice president or DVP. You've not heard that used in conjunction with a city or regional location or geographic location, I'm sorry.
I don't recall hearing that in SBS, no.
Okay, so back to this, what's on the screen here. Earned day off after Thanksgiving, 110% November or 100% and simple. And then below that, you see where it says ADM's not on quota, must hit ADM regatta November goal. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
So do you know what ADM is?
No, I don't.
Have you heard the term ADM?
I've heard it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, do you know if ADMs are employed by ADP LLC / ADP Inc.?
No, I don't know if they are 100%.
Okay, and then does not on quota mean anything to you?
No,
And do you know what a regatta November goal is?
no, I have no idea what that is.
If it were a promotion, would that have to have been approved through your office?
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah, if it was a promotion related to the sale, if the regatta November goal was a promotion tied to the sale of simple IRAs, would that have to be approved through your office?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one says ADP NNE. And do you see that?
Yes, so you're referring to the image that has the grill on it.
Yes. And then can you read that below that, what the narrative is there on the Hay 9?
You want me to read after NNE?
Well, let me make it easier. Do you see where it says, hey, NNE looking for a 4-day MDW?
Yes, I
It's
see that.
criteria, and the Friday before is yours to kick off summer.
Yes,
And then do you see where it says sell and start 100% of your May quota by Thursday, 5/23, and enroll minimum of one firm in, sorry, it's hard to, counting worker details below, or sell an IRA or 401k.
I see that.
Okay. And would something like this need to be approved through your office?
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah, if you're offering somebody the opportunity to have an extra, if there's a promotion wherein you can earn an extra day off if you sell a simple IRA, would that need to be run through your office?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if this, have you seen this before? Are you familiar with this? Where this may
I'm
have been?
not familiar with this. I don't recall seeing this.
Okay, now we're gonna go down to the next one that says it's got a girl in a kayak, and it says ADP Detroit SBS. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Megan Walsh with 2 units, and that's simple to earn a full Friday off. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see at the bottom where it says face in the hole?
I see that.
Okay. And I believe earlier I asked you if you were familiar with the term face in the hole. After seeing this, does that help you recall what face in the hole is?
No, I don't recall what face of the hole is.
And have you ever seen anything like this? And let me, before I have you answer that question, are you able to see this face here?
Yes, I see a face in the image.
And does that to you look like that was superimposed onto this image?
I don't know.
Okay. So if this was posted on social media by ADP Detroit, if this is part of ADP, would this be a violation of that do nots in the social media guidelines we discussed in Exhibit 10?
Can you be more specific, please?
Would if this, assuming this post is posted on social media by somebody, by a sales executive or district manager or manager from ADP, would it be violative of that document we went through in Exhibit 10 that talked about social media posts?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'll pull up another one. Hold on a minute.
Bob, just for the record, I want to make sure, was that Exhibit 12?
That last one was 12, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this will be Exhibit 13. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
I'm gonna blow it up a little bit. And do you remember earlier when I asked you about Venmo?
Yes.
Okay, this might help make my question easier to understand. Can you see this first one? Are you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read it out loud?
Steven Sanchez paid Brett Giacomo July 27, 2018 at 3:44 p.m.
Okay, and can you see what the emoji or the little picture is?
Yes, there's an emoji, looks like of a dollar bill wrapped in a $1
Okay, and then you see where it says be the first person to like this?
Yes, I see that.
And then can you read what Michael Fernandez wrote?
Bribe money.
Or Michael, I think it says Michael Fernandez.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read that?
Yes, bribe money.
Yep, okay. And do you know who Brett DiGiacomo is?
No, I don't recall who Brett Giacomo is.
And have you heard of Steven Sanchez?
I don't recall hearing of Steven Sanchez.
So if Steven Sanchez was a sales executive and Brett DiGiacomo, actually, scratch that for a second. So if Steven Sanchez is an SE and Brett DiGiacomo was a VP and Steven paid Brett for using this, if this payment was for a simple IRA that Brett sold, would that be a problem for compliance?
Objective form, lack of predicate, foundation,
It's a hypothetical, but you can answer.
incomplete hypothetical.
Yeah, it is. I can't answer the question in the way that you're asking me, Mr. Goodman. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to ask another way, and then Mario, if you can just limit it to the objection, that would be appreciated. If let's assume, here's the facts, Steven Sanchez is a sales executive. You know what that means, right? Correct?
Objective form.
You said you knew what a sales executive was.
That wasn't my response.
Do you know what a sales executive is at ADP?
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking me.
Have you heard the term, the title for an ADP SBS employee, sales executive?
I have heard the title for an SBS sales executive. Yes.
Okay, so if that's who, let's assume for this hypothetical, that's what Steven Sanchez is.
Okay.
Okay, and then for this hypothetical, let's assume Brett DiGiacomo is a vice president. Let me give you, in SBS, he's a vice president.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. If one of them paid another using Venmo to compensate them for selling a simple IRA, would that be a compliance problem?
Object to form.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe I asked you, but that hypothetical I just mentioned, are you aware of anything like that taking place at ADP?
No, I'm not aware of anything like that taking place at ADP.
Okay. And then let's move down to the next one. And we've seen this name before, Christopher Boggs. You said you didn't know who that was. Can you read what this says here, what Christopher Boggs and
He said simple.
right? So it says Christopher Boggs paid Alexandra Blackton, and then it says simple.
Simple. Okay. Yeah.
You see that?
Yes, I see
Okay.
that.
And we just talked about if that was, back to my hypothetical, you indicated that would be a compliance issue, I believe.
Mhm.
Object to form.
Okay, and then can you read me the next one?
Christopher Boggs paid Tori Limnia. Yes, I see.
And then you see what it says below that?
Simple stuff.
Okay. And then let's do the next one.
Oh, you want me to read?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Christopher Boggs paid Maddie Elizabeth. Simple.
And does it say when that took place?
September 27th, 2018 at 7:12 a.m.
Okay. And then are you able to see this one with the girl with the bow in her hair?
Not that clear. I can
It
see
is
some.
fuzzy. It's fuzzy on my end. Are you able to read what this says in the middle?
Not clearly. No.
Can you see where it says from the sales gods?
I see from the sales.
Okay.
I
you
can't.
read the last
I
word.
can tell if
Okay.
that's good or goose or yeah. I can't tell.
And then are you able to read the part where it says adp.detroit.sbs in the upper right corner of it?
Yeah, a little bit.
And then can you read the next line down?
I can't make it all out. When the sales, and I don't know if that's goose or whatever that is, your SE that looks like pay
Yep.
you the extra cash or maybe that's 4.
Right.
Those hots,
Mm-hmm.
right? Hots and simps.
Mm-hmm.
Nice work.
Yep.
Nice work.
Nice work.
Oh, nice work. Okay. Page pulling in 21K or May.
Yeah. And then you can see this below that says Leah dot Areola legit LOL. And then
No, I don't see that.
See
I see
Is it-
Leah.
yeah. Tell me what
I
it looks like.
I see the LOL. I can't tell if that's legit. If that's what that says is legit.
Okay.
I don't.
And then can you read the last one?
Oh,
I'm gonna object. I mean, either make it bigger. This is turning into a vision test here.
Okay, all right, I'll move on to one that's easier to read. Can you see this one?
yes.
All right, can you read that one?
Candace Dowry Paul paid Andy Page, May 18th, 2018 at 12:09 p.m. from the sales gods.
Okay, and in these other ones where it's mentioned simple, if that was referring to, like this one that's in, I've scrolled back to, if that was referring to a simple IRA, and this was on a Venmo where the public could see it, would that be a violation of that ADP policy we went over in Exhibit 10 regarding posting on social media?
Object to form.
Can you be more specific, please?
Well, you said you know what Venmo is.
Yes, I did say that.
And so if this was posted on Venmo, and if simple referred to a simple IRA, would this post be violative of that ADP policy we went over in Exhibit 10?
Object to form.
I can't answer the question in the way you're asking it, Mr. Goodman. I'm sorry.
Okay, and is the question confusing you or is it ambiguous?
It's ambiguous.
And can you tell me how it's ambiguous?
You're not stating who it is. You're not stating their title. Are they SBS? Are they not SBS? I don't know what this
Fair enough.
is.
Okay. If Christopher Boggs is an SBS, ADP SBS employee, and he posted or caused to be posted that he paid somebody relating to a simple IRA, assuming simple means simple IRA, would that be violative of ADP's policy that we discussed in Exhibit 10?
Object to form.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you read this one with Leah Sutter?
Leah Sutter paid Jonathan Nelson simple 100, 100, 100, like March 2nd, 2018. Jonathan Nelson, thank you, March 2nd, 2018.
Okay. And this next one?
Leah Sutter paid Amelie Burr, simple IRA, like September 22nd, 2017.
And how about this next one?
Andy Clark paid Steve Crawford, IRA contest. There's some sort of emoji there. Like October 20th, 2017, Elena, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her, whatever the last name is, custom. Yeah, like this, sorry.
So this says simple IRA contest.
That's not what it says on my screen.
Below Andy
Well,
Clark?
it says IRA.
I'm sorry, it says IRA contest. You're correct. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if this was an ADP sponsored IRA contest, or let me rephrase it. If ADP were to sponsor an IRA contest, that would have to go through, would that have to go through compliance?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it to me,
Well,
Mr. Goodman.
let's talk about contests and promotion. You said that promotions do have to go through, those certain promotions have to go through compliance.
Correct.
Do you know what a contest is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if ADP has done contests?
I don't recall if ADP has done contests.
Whether it be any ADP entity or affiliate, you don't, is that fair to say when you said, I don't know of any that ADP's done, it's across the board?
So I didn't say I don't know. That's not what I said. I said I don't recall an ADP contest.
Okay, do you recall any contests relating to the sale of simple IRAs at ADP?
No, I don't recall a contest related to simple IRA ADP.
Do you know if there ever have been any?
Yes.
Okay, and if there was a contest, would it have to be approved through compliance?
Can you restate the question, please?
Yes, the contest you just said, an example would be the contest we just talked about. Would those that you said, I know you don't remember them, but you know they took place, would those have to be approved by compliance?
And can you be more specific?
No, I'm asking you, but okay, is there, let me break it down. Are there some certain contests that would not have to be approved by compliance?
Yes.
Okay, and what would those be?
You want me to list all ADP corporate contests?
If you can, any you can think of that you're aware took place, that, and what contest, let me rephrase it, let Dax get a different way. What contests would need to go through compliance?
Okay.
Objective order.
Yeah, I forgot to answer this question. I don't know how to ask the question in the way that you're phrasing it, I guess is what.
Well, you've said, based on not being able to answer my one question, that, and then when I broke it down, there's some contests. Let me ask you, are there contests that would have to be approved with compliance?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an example of some of those contests?
No.
You can't think of any? Can you think of any?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're asking me, Mr. Goodman.
Okay, you said there are contests that would have to go through compliance. I'm asking you if you can give me some examples, and you said no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if somebody brought to you to compliance, let me strike that. If a manager at ADP brought an idea for a contest that related to the sale of simple IRAs, do you think, let me rephrase, would you suggest that go through compliance before being launched?
Yes.
Okay. And then you see where we've got this, the next one here.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, can you read what that one says?
Johnny Mayer paid Drew Ebanks or Ebex, I don't know how to pronounce that, December 17th, 2019 at 9:19 a.m. You overpaid me for hush money.
Okay, and then read below that.
Be the first person to like this. Drew Ebanks, December 17th, 2019. Aha, exclamation mark, did I, question mark.
Okay, do you know who Johnny Mayer is, or Drew Ebanks?
I don't recall who Johnny Mayer or Drew Ebanks is.
You don't recall hearing those names?
No.
Okay. And then here's the next one. Can you read that one, please?
Yes. Emily Burr paid Cody Wilkins June 20th, 2020 at 10:32 a.m. Nice job on simple, exclamation mark, appreciate you, exclamation mark.
Okay. And then you read below that.
Below where? Can you be more specific?
Cody Wilkins, right here. Did you read best boss ever?
Yes, I can read the phrase best boss ever.
So going back to that hypothetical with the sales executive paying the vice president that we got through, you said it would be a violation of, I believe you said it would be a compliance issue.
That's not what I said.
Let's go back to that answer. Madam Court Reporter, can you read that question, the hypothetical with the sales executive vice president, and then what her answer was when she was able to answer it?
Give me a second.
Mhm.
Did you say hypothetical in anywhere, or do you know? Like,
Yes, it was, I look for the words, sales executive, ADP SBS sales executive. It was after I asked if she knew what a sales executive at ADP was.
I don't know how far we're going back.
Okay, I'll tell you what, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and I'll let you try to find that, and when we come back, hopefully you'll found it. It was within the last, the last line of questioning. It was at the beginning of this exhibit that we're currently in. That if that helps you.
So the beginning of exhibit 13.
Yes. And then we'll take a 5-minute break here and then come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we taking that now?
Yeah.
Time is 2:01 p.m. We're going off the video record. Time is 2:08 p.m. We are now back on the video record.
All right, so the question was, so for this hypothetical, let's assume Brett Giacomo, is that his name, is vice district, just a vice president. Let me give you, hold on, an SBS, he is a vice president. Okay. Question, are you familiar with that? Answer, yes. Question, okay, if one of them paid another using Venmo to compensate them for selling a simple IRA, would that be a compliance problem? And then there was objection to the form. Witness, yes. And then question, and you, I believe I asked you, but do that hypothetical I just mentioned, are you aware of anything like that taking place at ADP? Answer, no, I'm not aware of anything like that taking place at ADP. Is that where you wanted?
Yep, thank you. Okay, so my next question is following up to that. If that did take place and it was brought to your attention, would that be something you would have to self-report to Finra?
Check the form.
Can you repeat the question, please?
If that hypothetical we discussed that you said would be a violation actually took place, would you be required to self-report it?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Note my objection to the form.
Sorry, Mario.
That's right.
Does ADP use, or have they or do they use testimonials relating to the sale of retirement products? When I say testimonials, I mean from clients.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, does ADP utilize in its marketing testimonials from non-ADP employees such as CPAs or clients?
I'm not aware of ADP using testimonials of CPAs and its clients.
And when I say ADP, I mean ADP and any of its affiliates.
Okay, so can you state the question?
Yes. Does ADP, the automatic data processing and its incorporated and its affiliates, do any of them use testimonials for marketing related to retirement products?
Yes.
Okay.
Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure.
I have to place an objection on the record. You stated moments ago that you're going to reschedule the deposition of Mr. Blake.
Yes.
I want to place an objection. Today, you all noticed Ms. Hanley for deposition from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then you noticed Mr. Blake from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And now it's 2:12 p.m. my time. And you're advising that you're going to reschedule Mr. Blake, and we're going to object to that. And the problem that we have is that you all chose to put these depositions back to back. Now the deposition is going a lot longer than you had indicated. And meanwhile, ADP undertook significant efforts to prepare Mr. Blake for his deposition. And now you're saying it's going to be postponed to some other day. So I want to place my objection on the record.
Okay. And we were talking about testimonials so in your opinion, is it permissible for ADP to have third parties, meaning people who aren't part of ADP, they're not employed by ADP, provide testimonials for marketing retirement products?
Object to form.
Is that acceptable?
I don't know how to answer the question the way you're
Okay.
asking me.
All right, let me rephrase it. Are you aware of any Finra violation or rule that prohibits a CPA who is not employed by ADP from providing a testimonial regarding retirement products?
Object to form.
Can you restate the question, please?
Are you aware of any Finra rule or regulation that would prohibit a CPA who is not employed by ADP from providing a testimonial about retirement products to be used in marketing of retirement products?
Object to form.
I'm not aware of a FINRA rule governing CPAs conversations about ADP's retirement products, if I understood that question correctly.
Okay. So earlier, I believe you indicated that ADP has used testimonials to promote its retirement products.
No, that's not what I said. That's absolutely not what I said.
Has ADP ever used testimonials to promote its retirement products? That's my new question. Forget the old question. That's my new question.
To your new question, I can't answer the question, Mr. Goodman, in the way that you're phrasing it.
Okay. Has ADP or any of its affiliates, to your knowledge, utilized testimonials in marketing its retirement products?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does that violate any rule?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Tom Hood is?
No, I don't recall who Tom Hood is.
I will represent to you that Tom Hood was a CPA who was in charge, or the CEO of the Maryland Association of Certified Public Accountants. And he provided a testimonial about ADP retirement products. Are you aware of that?
No, I don't recall a testimonial from Mr. Hood about ADP retirement products.
Okay.
Juanita, give me a second to assert my objection before you answer.
I'm sorry, Mario.
That's
Sorry.
all right.
Okay, and then if any testimonials that have been used, let me rephrase it. Would ADP broker dealer or any affiliate of Automatic Data Processing Incorporated be required to retain any testimonials used in marketing retirement products?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how long those would need to be retained for?
I believe it's 6 years.
Okay. And do you know if anybody who's provided a testimonial that we've just been, similar to that we've just been discussing, has been compensated for doing so?
I'm not of anyone compensated for providing a testimonial. for ADP broker dealer.
Okay. Earlier, we talked about an SEC issue that you testified in. Do you remember that?
We didn't talk about an SEC issue that I testified in.
Did you say you gave a deposition previously?
Yes,
And was that related to an SEC issue?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember who the parties were to that?
yes.
Who were they?
Summit Equities.
Any other parties?
No,
Was ADP a party?
no.
And do you know when it was?
I don't recall the date.
Was it more than a year ago?
Yes,
Was it more than 5 years ago?
I don't recall specifically.
About 10 years?
I don't recall.
Are you familiar with the Department of Labor fiduciary rule?
I'm somewhat familiar with the rule.
Do you know how that rule was significant or important or related to the development of SPS? When I say P, I mean with a P with a Paul.
Somewhat.
Can you explain that to me? You're not to your knowledge.
Objective form.
To my knowledge, the registered investment advisor was required to be established due to the fiduciary rule, and that conversations related to investments, specifically rollovers, were deemed to be under the fiduciary rule.
Okay. And then other than SEC and Finra compliance, are there any other governmental authorities that you're responsible for ensuring that ADP complies?
Yes,
Okay, who would those be, or what agencies or authorities?
FinCEN.
And what is that?
It's the Financial Crimes Network.
Okay. Any others?
Not that I can think of at the moment, no.
When we talked about the Simple IRA calculator, I know you were familiar with it. Do you know if the calculations, so to speak, or the results are retained?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, let me try to say it different. If a simple calculator is utilized in the sale of a simple IRA, the output from that calculator for that customer, is that retained?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know how long that's retained for?
I do not know how long it's retained for.
Okay. And then the information that you seem familiar with that goes into the calculator, actually scratch that. If it was brought to your attention that an ADP SBS, Small Business Services rep, was attempting to sell a simple IRA tied to a security to an ADP customer, would you be notified about that?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Yeah, if an unlicensed, unregistered ADP small business service representative was attempting to sell a simple IRA, which is tied to a mutual fund, if he was attempting to complete that sale, should you be notified of it?
I can't answer the question in the way that you're phrasing it. I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman.
Our SBS, okay, no, actually, I'm gonna skip that. On your Series 7, do you know when you passed that?
It was right when I was at Finra, so that would have been, let me think. It was a while ago. It was before 2006.
Okay, it doesn't show it on the broker report. It doesn't show a date you passed. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not going to show that because all FINRA examiners take that exam while they're at FINRA, and then FINRA turns on that license when you leave FINRA to go to the private sector. So it's not going to show the date of the exam.
Okay. And you said that, I believe you said, well, let me just ask it anyhow. Is it permissible for an ADP unlicensed SBS rep to talk about American Century mutual funds?
No,
Is it permissible for them to talk about American Century being the fund provider?
yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second here.
Sure.
I'm going to play something here for you. Give me a second. All right, it's just gonna take me a couple of minutes to pull this up. It's
Okay.
okay. Hopefully this is gonna play.
Okay. Is this audio or video?
It's just audio.
Oh, okay.
Give me a minute. Where'd it go? Where's it doing now?
Expire. There's But anyway, let's talk about the retirement plan.
Okay.
So let me give you a little bit of background. So ADP has a simple IRA small business retirement plan. So how that works is that every payroll, whoever wants to be involved, the plan is mostly for the business owner, but you can have anyone involved if they're eligible. Will put money away pre-tax. That pre-tax money goes into their personal simple IRA fund, right? And it's professionally managed by American Century Funds, which is one of our partners. And then the business on the business side matches 3% of the entire of their annual salary, up to 3% of their annual salary. So if they make $30,000, 3% of that is, like $3,000? No, it's less than that. Sorry, my math is terrible today. Is $900. So it's $900, and that's split out weekly. So you're not going to match. So if the employee decides to put 10%, you're only matching 3% of their annualized salary. So that is a tax write-off. And then for you as a business owner, you're kind of double dipping, right? You're putting away, if you're paying yourself on the payroll, which I know you are, you're putting money away pre-tax, right? And then any match is a business write-off. So you're saving money on the personal side and on the business side. On top of that, there's the Secure Act. So the Secure Act was passed by Congress to incentivize businesses to open a simple IRA or retirement plan. So for the Secure Act, there's a possibility of getting a $500 tax credit for every year for 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think that's why your CPA wants you to do it. And then on top of that, ADP is like, you know what? We want to give you a promotion. So it's usually $40 a month that we bill to administer the plan. But the promotion now is $19.99, no setup fee, and $19.99 for 12 months. So every month for 12 months, it's like 50% off. So, and then we can get that set up before your next payroll. So as soon as you run payroll, you as the business owner can start contributing, X amount of dollars, and then you can increase or decrease your contribution.
I don't hear the audio if there's audio playing.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I didn't hear, it looks like the audio was paused and then started again. I didn't hear any audio once it was paused and started again.
Okay, I didn't think I paused it, but hang on a minute.
I couldn't hear it either after a while.
All right, hold on a minute.
I think the last cutoff I heard was like at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I'm going to play it, see if you can hear it without me doing it with a screen share. And if you can, then we'll finish it that way. I went back to the 2-minute, 28-second mark just to be safe.
It's usually $40 a month that we bill to administer the plan, but the promotion now is $19.99, no setup fee, and $19.99 for 12 months. So every month for 12 months, it's like 50% off. So, and then we can get that set up before your next payroll. So as soon as you run payroll, you as the business owner can start contributing, X amount of dollars, and then you can increase or decrease your contribution.
Okay. What do I need to do if I decide, to do it?
We would just, we would just, if you want to do it, we can get it set up right now. It takes like, this one actually takes like 2 minutes. It's like 5-10 minutes. It's not like a half-hour meeting. So we would just jump on a quick phone call with our Simple IRA team. I would fill out some information on my end, and then we would have it set up. It's really simple. Like I said, you're saving a ton on taxes, and you can put money away for retirement.
What are the likely rates of return?
Well, it's based off of, we average out like it's a 6% rate of return. That's like usually the average of what they put in. And what you can actually do is you can get free advice, like financial advice from American Century Funds, or you can use an outside person. Either way, we set up a mutual fund based off of your age of retirement, and then that's like kind of the base, and then you can control it however you want.
All right, let me think about it. Sounds good.
I mean, yeah, no, I understand, but the promotion, like I said, I know the timing is kind of impeccable here, but the promotion goes through the end of the day. So because we're on the phone now, we can get it set up, and then you don't get billed to the end of next month. So you can get it set up, you can start putting money away yourself, and you can, put in, 1%, 2%, 3%, and you can increase or decrease it but we would, in order for us to lock in that promotion, we can get it set up. I know you're not running payroll until tomorrow, but we can at least set it up today.
Can we talk later today? I just wanted to give it a little bit of thought.
Yeah. I mean, what time would you like me to give you a call?
3.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. What I know you want to give a thought, but are there any initial questions? Like, are there, what's kind of, other than just you wanting to think about it, is there anything that would make you not want to move forward with a plan like this?
I just want to understand how the return works, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. So here, we actually have a calculator. Let me get the calculator up and let me open that up real quick. It's called our Simple IRA calculator. Let me pull that up for a second. All right, so we're talking, there's 3, when we talk about a simple IRA, we talk about 3 things, right? Our tax savings, the cost, and the future payout. So let's talk first tax savings, right? So the annual pre-tax contribution that you can make if you're under the age of 55 is $13,500. I'm assuming you're under that age. Is that correct?
What was the age?
55.
Yes.
Okay, so you could put up to 13,500. Would you max that out this year, do you think?
Probably.
Or no?
Probably.
Okay, so 13. And so what is your estimated annual salary that you're going to pay yourself this year?
50.
50? Okay.
$1 million. No, just kidding.
$1 million. So 50. So $50. $50,000. Sorry, I'm trying to get the slider here. $50,000. The company contribution is 3%. So if you put away $13,500, the company matches that 3% of $1,500. So your total annual contribution is $15,000, right? So based off of your individual tax bracket, we assume it's your 32% based off of your annual salary, where you're from, just things like that. You are going to potentially save up to $4,800 in federal tax liability just from maxing out your plan and having that percentage and having the match. So that's on the personal side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're putting away $15,000 in pre-tax money, and you're saving $4,800 in taxes. That's just on the personal side. That makes sense so far?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so next, let's go to estimate the cost of the plan, right? So, like I said, the simple IRA cost is usually $480 annually or $40 per month, right? But because of the promotion, we're cutting it in half. So that's $240, right? So that's the actual cost. The IRS gives you a tax credit of $120 of half the plan. So right there it cuts the annual cost in half, so $120. let's say I'm activating the tax credit, the $500. So if you get the tax credit, it's another $500 plus your business tax bracket is 32%. You get another tax deduction of $38. So your out-of-pocket cost may be $240, but if you factor in every single tax credit that you get, it like the IRS is essentially paying you $418 to have that open, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say we don't have the IRS tax credit. Let's just say it doesn't, it doesn't apply. The IRS is still paying you $82 to just have a plan in place. So either way, you may spend $240 out of pocket, but you're getting money back into your pocket because of all the tax credits you receive for having a plan. So now we're talking the important thing. So the estimate future payout, right?
Okay.
Hypothetically, I'm gonna ask you this age. My mom said never to ask a woman their age, but I have to ask, how old are you?
You have to ask that?
For the future payout, can you give me a ballpark? Can I say 35?
No, I'm 54.
Okay. So 54. So you're right.
God, that
right
sounds
there.
so old.
You don't sound old, I promise.
I don't act it either.
So hold on, I don't know what happened here. Let me refresh the page. Give me a second. So we got you at you're maxing out the plan, right? You're putting 13,500 away. You are paying yourself 50 grand. You are the payout, right? So the payout, if you're 54, your annual contribution is 15 grand, right? We're assuming the rate of return is 6 grand. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if you retire by age 65, just in this plan alone, you're going to have about $240,000 accumulated in that plan. And that's only if you have it, and that's if you max out. But let's say you're,
Did you say about 6 grand or 6%? Or did you mean 6%?
6%. We're assuming the rate of return is 6%. Like we can't tell you what the market is going to do, but I can tell you that the plan is professionally managed by American Century Funds, and that the company that ADP is the #1 payroll company in the world, and we don't dabble in companies that aren't like AAA rated, like good companies. So like American Century Funds is up there, and they're the ones that partner with our Simple IRA plan. And I have heard nothing but good things about people who are investing in them, who have a Simple IRA. All my clients who have it love it because they're like, hey, I'm putting away money. It's easy. It's seamless. It integrates with my payroll. I don't have to worry about it. And all the compliance sits on our shoulders too. So you never have to do anything.
All right, I'm just thinking if I have any other questions. So what would the payout be based on 6%?
The payout, your future accumulation based on 6%, like I said, you got $238,000 and $238,049 in your Simple IRA plan. So if you retire at age 65.
Okay.
and like my friend always says, I can't say his name for legal reasons. He's a financial advisor. He always says, stocks will dip, but they always go up.
I mean, dip, but they always go up.
No, they dip. They may dip for a time, but they always go up.
Hang on one second.
Sure.
Bob? Did you finish with the audio recording?
It's almost done. It's just a couple more minutes.
I need a break.
Can you want to, it's like a 52 seconds left. Are you good with that?
As long as I get to take my break, yes.
Okay. Well, we can take the break now. We'll play it when you come back.
All right.
Okay.
Give me 10 minutes.
Time is 2:48 p.m. We are going off the video record. Time is 2:57 p.m. We are now back on the video record.
I'm going to finish this.
So we could put 0, but then you could say, how much money should an employee be expected to earn in a year to participate? You could say the max is 5,000. So we'll max it out so that an employee has to earn at least $5,000 in order to participate. And then you have to, all you have to do, and okay, technically, I'm not the IRS. I'm not like telling you the rule is that once they hit that threshold, you're going to just need to give them the paperwork and, or just tell them like, hey, you can participate in a simple IRA, but you don't really have, it's not like extremely like watched over. I'm just letting you know. So, union employees.
Is there still a recording? I don't hear anything.
No, that was the end of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so in what you,
Bob,
yeah, go ahead.
Bob, before you continue.
Yeah.
I object. I've been letting this go for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to have an objection to any question that relates to an audio recording that you just played for I don't know how many minutes. I don't know who the speakers were in this audio recording. I don't know how someone was able to record this recording, this apparent telephone conversation or whatever it was. I don't know when it was recorded, where. I don't know how you obtained it. And I don't know why you didn't produce it in discovery in this case. Okay. And I don't know that Ms. Hanley has anything to do with this recording. So this recording, this is highly irregular to play this at a deposition. And I'm going to object to any and all questions relating to this recording.
Okay, I understand. So hypothetically, let's assume that recording was, and hypothetically, let's assume that conversation took place between an ADP SBS rep who was not licensed and a potential purchaser of a simple IRA from ADP. Was there anything, if that call actually did take place, was there anything that you heard that would raise an issue of compliance in your opinion?
I'm gonna object. You need to identify for us.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You need to identify for us who are the speakers on this recording, the date of the recording, and the place of the recording, just to start off. And then I want to know how you got this recording.
I'm not going to get into that. I'm just asking as a hypothetical right now. So
well, I'm going to object to that. You cannot play a recording that's 20, 25 minutes long of unknown people, unknown source. I don't know how you recorded people on a phone, which is wiretapping and unlawful in Florida.
Not if it's
I don't know where it was, and I don't know how you obtained it. And I don't know why you didn't produce it to us when we requested. all your evidence. So I've got a lot of problems here.
Okay, so just so you know that people can consent to a recorded phone call, correct, Mario?
Okay, so how did you record this?
I'm not going to get into the details about it right now. I'm just asking if.
Well, then you're not going to ask questions about it.
Are you going
You're not going to ask questions about it.
Okay, are you going to instruct her? I'm going to ask questions. You can instruct her not to answer and we'll certify them. So let me ask the questions. You can do as you wish. Before we get into the recording, can ADP SBS sales reps who are not licensed give tax advice?
Object to form.
I'm unaware of ADP deputizing sales associates to give tax advice.
You said you are, or you're not aware? I'm sorry.
I am not. I am not.
Is it okay for an ADP SBS sales representative to give tax advice?
Object to form.
I can't answer the question, Mr. Goodman. I'm sorry in the way that you're phrasing it.
I'll keep trying. Can an ADP SBS sales rep who is not licensed as a financial advisor or with Finra discuss tax implications with a prospective purchaser of an IRA?
Object to form.
I don't know if associates of ADP are authorized to have tax conversations.
Okay. And when you say ADP, and when I say ADP, I mean ADP LLC or ADP Inc., just to be, so we're talking about SBS payroll.
Okay.
So you don't know. Okay. And then is it okay for an ADP, for an unlicensed ADP LLC SBS sales rep to advise people that the stock market has dips, but it goes up?
Object to form.
Mario, am I allowed to ask a question or I just have to answer these questions?
Juanita, I don't want you, if it's to clarify the question, you can ask Mr. Goodman to clarify. But otherwise, just do your best. If you're able to answer the question truthfully,
Okay.
you answer to the best of your ability. If you need clarification, you can ask for clarification.
Okay. I can't respond to the question, I guess, in the way that it was phrased.
Okay, was it confusing or ambiguous?
It's ambiguous amongst a lot of other things.
Okay. What part of it was ambiguous, or where was the ambiguity?
Object to form.
The question assumes that I have knowledge about the activities of ADP associates. It assumes I have supervision of ADP associates. It assumes that I write policies for ADP associates and what type of advice or not advice or tax advice. I don't have any.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me, do you have knowledge as to whether or not unlicensed and unregistered ADP sales reps who are employed by ADP LLC or ADP Inc. talk about stock prices?
I do not have knowledge about ADP SBS associates talking about stock prices.
And would it be a concern if an unlicensed, unregistered ADP LLC small business services sales rep in pitching a simple IRA to a client discussed stock prices and performance?
Object to form.
Yes.
Okay. And do do you know if the price of an ADP Simple IRA changes? In other words, the $480 or the $19 a month, is that, do you know if that fluctuates?
I'm unaware if the price of the simple fluctuates.
Okay, so if someone says it's on sale, would that indicate to you that it does fluctuate in price?
Check the form.
Unfortunately, Mr. Goodman, I can't answer the question in the way that you phrased it to me. I'm sorry.
Okay, have you, in your time in position at ADP, are you familiar with simple IRAs being, quote, on sale, unquote?
No, I am not familiar with a simple being on sale.
Okay. And again, if what the audio that you just listened to, if that was real, would there be anything in there that would cause you concern?
I'm going to object to all questions relating to an audio from an undisclosed source by unknown people that has nothing to do with this case, an audio that wasn't produced to us in discovery, even though we've asked for it. And an audio, I don't know how you obtained it.
Okay, I'm talking about.
How did you obtain that? How did you obtain that audio?
I'm talking about a hypothetical, and I'm the one asking the questions here. So
You may be, but you're trying to use an audio that you didn't give to us in discovery that is supposedly an ADP audio. How did you get that audio?
I'm the one asking the questions. We can discuss this off the record if you wish at a later time, but I'm not.
I want to discuss it on the record. I want to know how you got that audio from
I
ADP.
understand what you want to know, Mario, and I'm not going to give you that information right now. And I'll leave it at that. So I'm asking hypothetically, if you heard statements that were in that were just played in an audio recording, would they cause you concern?
We're not going to answer any questions relating to an audio that you played where we don't know where the audio came from. We don't know the date of it. We don't know the source of it. We don't know how you obtained it, how you recorded it. It wasn't produced in discovery. And now you want to spring it on us at a deposition? That's not right. It's not proper. And you know that.
And I'm asking hypothetically, if she heard those statements, if any of them would have been problematic, hypothetically. I'm
The
not talking
statements on
about
the
that
audio that you
recording.
can't identify, that you refuse to tell us how you obtained it.
That's what a hypothetical means. It means make believe. It means
No, well,
yeah.
it's not make believe. You actually have an audio from an
I know,
unknown
but
source.
my question is, if that was hypothetically, if that took place, would it be a problem?
The things that were on the audio that you played.
If you're going to instruct her not to answer any of my questions, then say so, and then we'll certify them. I'm just going to ask the questions, and then you can instruct her not to answer, and we'll certify the question. Is that okay? Mario?
I need to know where you
I'm
obtained
not
this
doing
audio.
that. I'm not going down this road with you. I'm going to ask my questions.
How can you use an audio and play it for a witness?
I'm not
You don't
asking her about the audio.
listen, you don't authenticate it. You don't tell us who's on the audio. We have no idea who's on the audio. It's got nothing to do with Miss Hanley. She's never heard this audio before. She has nothing to do with the audio. And you want her to answer questions on some undisclosed audio that wasn't produced to us in discovery?
Okay, I'm going to ask questions, and if you want to tell her not to answer, that's fine. So my questions are, I guess I can, if you'll hold on a minute, I'll just, I can actually print. We won't have to read and rely on that audio. Give me a minute, and I will form all my questions that don't relate to that audio. So give me about 5 minutes.
So we're going on a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Time is 3:11 p.m. We are going off the video record. Time is 3:17 PM. We are now back in video record.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask you some questions and you can tell me if it's permissible or not. That's all I want to know. If it's, when I say permissible, I mean, does it violate a rule or regulation? So, or if it's impermissible, that means it violates a rule or regulation. If it's permissible, it means it doesn't. Is it permissible for an ADP, unlicensed ADP small business services rep who is employed by ADP Inc. or ADP LLC to say to a customer that ADP's simple IRA plan is mostly for the business owner?
Select the form.
You be more specific?
That's a really specific question. I'm asking if a person, an employee of ADP Inc. or ADP LLC, who is unlicensed and unregistered, is it permissible for that person to tell a prospective simple IRA purchaser that ADP's simple IRA plan is mostly for the business owner?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman, I can't answer the question the way that you're phrasing the question.
Okay, help me out and tell me if it's ambiguous or confusing.
Ambiguous.
In what way?
Object the
It's-
form.
It's presuming that simple IRA is subject to a FINRA regulation.
Okay, fair enough. So is it permissible for an unlicensed, unregistered ADP LLC or ADP Inc. sales representative to tell